Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So we couldn't finish last time, but it is time to finally finish Unlimited Blade Works in Fate's Stay Night. And we're possibly not doing it alone. And I have given an invite to a couple of friends who are also Fate fans, some mutual VTubers of mine. And they're a bit dodgy as to whether they can join, and so I thought, I've left the invitations open, and one of them is going to see if he can join, and I've left the invitation for the other one, even though he says he probably can't. So yeah, we might have the stream. So yeah, last time we were coming up with a plan to take out Gilgamesh after having fought Archer, who turned out to be a future version of us, and now we're getting ready, and we seem to have stumbled into viewing Rin's past, which we had seen during the prologue episode. But then again, Shiro didn't see that part, so let us get to the game. It was an old memory. Someone else's memory, a memory of parting with someone in the morning, a memory of being placed in a mansion away from Fuyuki when the battle had started. You must be careful. No matter what kind of response to whatever their intention, any process conducted by them can only be perceived by humans as divine punishment. In a body that has no need for eyeballs and a brain, I'm getting dizzy. Information is passing by me. I'm seeing old memories. I'm parting with a certain someone in the morning. The memory of a person who watched their loved one leaving, knowing she would never hold his hands again. Lines from the magic cret start swimming around me, surrounding me while looking for bait. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing a bait can do to begin with. This won't result in anything unless I observe and accept everything like this. Change is ever slow. Is ever so slow. Time surrounds me in a spiral, passing through my body. It starts corroding me, like it has been devouring the void. Characters: 2. Season: winter. Name: farewell. Flowers are being offered. A young girl stands in front of the grave. A priest standing, towering behind the young girl. There are no words. The girl is determined to bury her own sadness yet again today. Foreign substances are invading. Sparring blades are closing in on the body. It is like a malicious bulbul. The crest transplant has started. I observe the gruesome reality. Fortunately, my function to feel pain is still folded away. I see myself being cuffed, binded, severed, dismembered, compressed, and played with. Yet it feels like someone else. Oh, how easy it is to cut off, to cut the flesh. Oh, how easy it is to shave the bone. The only thing left, like a soul being, the only thing left like a soul being eternally tormented. One of my arms turned into that of an insect's. Or it seems like it. How disgusting. This is also her suffering. A type of pain that I heard resides within the mage crest. The magic crest. I respect her. She harbors this kind of discomfort, or rather horror, that is several times more repulsive inside her body, yet she's able to laugh like that. She doesn't feel any disgust. When you think like that, what is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, I've come into contact with a particular deep spot. This is mixed in among memories of farewell and departure. It was an encounter that seared into her heart. Someone was running in the schoolyard. It's high jump. Someone is running toward the bar again and again. She was standing there, watching the whole thing. It was meaningless, yet he kept trying until sunset. She thought to herself, what is the meaning of this? Yet she kept watching, as if she was betrayed by something that she is just witnessing, as if she was betrayed by something, as if she just witnessed something precious. That was it. The after-school sight that's not unusual at any school. But to her, it was a sight that stirred up a revolution in her heart. Faintly, it was a sight familiar to me, a sight from the bygone days. Timer is returning to the outside. The world is returning completely. The strong self-awareness gained in exchange for my folded-away body is evaporating. Just like foam disappearing on the surface of the sea. I was cut away from the inner world. I was welcomed as I welcome a strange substance in my arm. Red transplanted her magic crest. My body feels heavy. I open my eyes while I'm still half asleep and try to faintly grasp my surroundings. My consciousness is coming back. I'm lying on the bed facing up, with the top half of my body naked. My left shoulder is burning and sweating. When I try to wipe the sweat away, it hurts, as if it's suffering from a burn. I thought I was seeing more fingers. It's obvious I'm not the same self from earlier. Just how many hours have passed since then? Don't tell me, did I end up passing out and sleeping while time just passed by? Tosaka, you're still here. That's a relief. I thought for sure, all right, overslept and, I'm imagining this and she's glaring at, am I imagining this or is she glaring at me? Is it still like one of those things where like where like the scene is still acting like they just had sex? But but here, at least this makes a tad more sense because we did see her we did see her past, so we did see something rather intimate.
登坂、成功したのか。
もちろん成功したわよ。申し分ないぐらいバッチリ。後遺症なんて出ないぐらいきっかり。そういうのが得意だった綺麗だって、我が弟子ながらよくやったって陰険に褒めるぐらい完璧に。
I'm sure I must be quite must be quite the achievement. But somehow Tosaka isn't proud about it, and she doesn't feel like her usual arrogant self. Rather, she's angry. She's really, really angry. I can sense the tension between us. She's clearly sulking about something. I don't know why, but it seems something has gone wrong. I feel like I need to read her mind immediately and calm her down, but I'm such a bad pupil. I'm not able to think of any reason as to why Tosaka would be angry. There's persistent pain in my left arm. A strange feeling that's like a combination of sharp pain from deep cuts and stinging pain and from being burnt. Without a doubt, a streak of an elaborate design and seal is branded on my left arm. It looks like Tosaka's magic crest, and it's emitting a faint blue light.
登坂、これが。
ええ、私から移植した魔術刻印よ。もうただの回路になって、元の魔術の痕跡もないけどね。
そうか。いや、すごいな。もっと痛むと思ったのに全然痛みがない。かすかに重いぐらいか。
それも時期になれるわ。魔力をつなげるだけのパスだから、人体にもそう影響はないはずだし。刻印、いえ、回路の方が体に擬態していくから、半年もすれば何も感じなくなる。
そうか。じゃあこれで。
移植は完了。基本的には私からシロへの一方通行で、そっちから魔力を送ることはできないわ。今の段階でできるのは私の魔力を送ることだけ。ここからはあなたの頑張り次第よ。固有結界を作る魔力はこれでクリアしたんだから、あとは。
My problem. All I need to do is fully activate my magic circuit and successfully create the reality marvel.
ありがとう、登坂。魔術刻印、ありがたくもらっておく。
当然よ。ごめんなんて言わせないわ。お金にしたらもう超クラス。一生ものの貸しなんだから。
そりゃ確かに一生ものだ。で、どうしてそんなに登坂は怒ってるんだ？
見たでしょ。
え？
What did I see exactly? Don't tell me that when I thought I blanked out during the ritual, my body actually acted on its own and did something to Tosaka.
また、なんかしたのか、俺。
だから見たでしょ、このけだもの。
けだもの。
Not possible. Did I actually do something to her that was so rough that she could use that word to describe me? Wait, there's no way that happened. I mean, the bed is tidy, and besides, as I wouldn't be alive if anything like that happened.
そうだ、大地、儀式中は俺の目は機能してなかったっていうか、ほとんど真っ白だったし、見たものといえば魔術回路っぽいイメージと。
Ah. Maybe that's what Tosaka was talking about. An illusion I saw for a brief moment. In the state where we were sharing our senses due to the synchronization, it's possible that we could see imagery from each other's mind. It wouldn't be much different than when I saw Saber's dream or Heroic and Mia's dream. It all makes sense now. If this is the case, then the only thing I saw that she would care about is that scene taking place at the schoolyard during sunset, something that I haven't seen in my own dreams.
あれだ、トサが変な夢見てただろ。どこかの学校の校庭でバカみたいに棒高跳びしてるやつをずっと日が暮れるまで見ていたの。あれって一体なんだ。
I was hit by a pillow before I could finish my sentence. I love how he didn't put two and two together and figure out that he was the idiot she was watching. It was a swift and powerful swing. A critical strike even Saber and Fujini would be proud of. There's another problem. It's the fact that a normal soft pillow can have enough impact and damage as if it were filled with water or something.
トサカ、何を。
うるさいうるさいうるさい
She keeps on hitting me with a pillow. Hold on for a sec. She keeps hitting me with the pillow. Still looking like she did when she started the ritual. Tosaka continues her assault with the pillow.
なんか魔力込めてないか、それ。いいからやめる。変だぞ。何がどうしたんだ。
うるさいけだもの。人の秘密を覗き見ておいて何ふんぞり返ってるのよ。
ちょっと待て。秘密ってあんなのがか。
When I was surprised by her answer, she saw something. She saw the opening and hit me in the face. That was a swift and powerful pillow uppercut. Maybe it's also the exhaustion from the transplant, but I'm haphazardly knocked down again. Tosaka must still be angry because she grabs me by the back of my neck and starts dragging me across the floor.
いいわよ。いつかこっちから恥ずかしい記憶を覗き返してやるんだから。その時は土下座をしても許さないわよ。
それは勘弁。あれ、もしかして。
She won't hear me out at all. She grabs the back of my neck and throws me out of her room.
エミヤ君、女の子にはいろいろ支度があるから自分の部屋に戻っててくれない？
With that evil grin of hers, Tosaka slams the door. Thrown out into the hallway, looking like this, I blankly look up at the door.
バカ言うな。男にだっていろいろあるぞ。
I hold my dizzy head and get up. I thought of saying something back to Tosaka on the other side of the door, but I decided not to. I wasn't able to ask Tosaka what that scene I saw meant to her.
まあ、あれだけ嫌がるってことは何か特別な意味のあることなんだろうし。
Muttering silly stuff like that to myself, I go back to my room. It was probably just an excuse for Tosaka to kick me out, but it's true that there's no time. The date has already changed. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple.
確かに、これは。
I close my eyes and feel the magical energy from Tosaka pouring into me. Tosaka isn't consciously supplying me, yet it's filling my body up. If my maximum magical energy capacity is 20 or 30 units, then she's always supplying. Then she always has 500 units of magical energy. I'm sure it would take years to stock up, but her maximum capacity might reach 1,000 units if someone supplied her.
驚いた。あいつ、本当にすごいやつだったんだ。
That confirms it, or rather, I finally realize it now. Well, she's depleted now, and mages usually only keep about 80% of their magical energy. So Tosaka's magical energy is about 400 units right now. But that's still a massive amount of magical energy. I use about 2 units of magical energy to use strengthening magecraft once. To use projection once, I use about 5 units of magical energy on average. Using that example, the projection that I can only use 6 times at most could be used 30 or even 60 times with the help of Tosaka.
ま、いくら燃料があっても乗り物が安物ならオーバーヒートするんだろうけど。
But it still has tremendously increased my power. I might even have a chance of winning against the King of Heroes like this. All that's left is...
あと1時間。それまでゆっくり体を休めないと。
I rest my body and regain my mental and physical strength for the final battle at Rito Temple. Everything is set. I'll face the last night with a fully prepared body for Tosaka's sake too, since she gave her magic crest and opened up to me. Since she gave me her magic crest and opened up to me. '15th of February, Eden. This is the last chapter. I turn off the lights in the house. It's 4 in the morning. We leave the Amiya residence with a few hours left until dawn. We have our plan. There's nothing else to discuss. Now we just need to go to the battlefield and carry out our responsibilities. There's no guarantee we'll come back safely. Well, until now, it's been a recurring event, but this time there is no guarantee we'll return. So I need to make sure to turn off all the lights in my house. Someone standing in the garden. A blonde girl gazes up at the sky, doing nothing in particular.
おい、何してるんだ、セイバ
ー。空を見ていました。それとこの家を。
she answers me with a gentle voice. When we first met, she looked at this house with a different expression.
いろいろありましたから、ずっと覚えていられるように心に焼き付けておきたかった。
Her voice, it reflects a determination and that she might never come back, even greater than mine.
そっか。できればずっと覚えていてくれ。
I make a humble request of her from the shadowed hallway.
はい。では私からもお願いします。あなたたちは私が守る。ですから必ず二人でこの家に戻ってください。
I gotta correct something quickly, actually. That's the only answer I can give now. We're going to destroy the Holy Grail. When that happens, Saber will leave too because she's a servant. I'd like her to stay here, and she's even developed an attachment to our home. But that's a rule she can't break as long as she's a servant.
ちょっと、そこ何してんのよ。時間がないんだから急ぎなさいよね。
A voice beckons us from the front door. Tosaka seems to have finished his preparations and is already at the gate.
では、シロ。
ああ、決着をつけに行こう、セイバー。
I turn off the last light and head and leave the house with Saber. The night is quiet. In the garden under the starry sky, the illusion of a girl gazing up at the stars still gazing up at the stars still remains. Our direction is set. Saber is going to breach Ryudo Temple from the front gate, while Tosaka will infiltrate from the back of the mountain. We plan to have Saber enter the temple slightly sooner than us to draw Gilgamesh's attention. We'll use the opening to sneak into Ryudo Temple from the back and stop the Holy Grail as soon as possible. Then back Saber up. Then I'll counter Gilgamesh's noble phantasm with my projection, so Saber can close in and finish him off. That's our only strategy right now. There's a barely intact path in the hills behind the temple. Tosaka scales the slope as surely as she'd scoped out the area beforehand. At night, the mountains are dark and sinister. The mountain is an inviolable and spiritual ground, so it naturally repels us. While the dark mountain itself is dangerous to human hikers, it also embodies a sacred realm with high spiritual purity. However,
尋常じゃないわね、これ。生臭すぎて吐き気がする。
it's also laughing and calling everyone mongrel. Tosaka gags, squinting at Ryudo Temple at the summit. Fishy is just her figure of speech. There isn't actually a fishy smell coming from the mountain. It just feels bizarre. Yes, everyone knows what fishy means. The air feels uncomfortably lukewarm and it sticks to my skin. The life energy in the air feels so raw. I can't tell if I'm breathing or the mountain's breathing. I even hallucinate that we're hiking up a giant intestine, not a mountain.
今更だけど、シロ、体の調子はどう？
Suddenly, Tosaka asked me how I was.
あ、いや、調子はいいんだが、悪いというか、正直持て余してる。
I tell her my honest feelings. With this much magical energy, 10 or 20 projections could be a piece of cake. But you could compare it to putting a jet engine on a worn-out plane. I feel like I can't relax, as I'll spring the fuel leak can explode if I lose focus.
贅沢な悩みね、それ。けど、ちゃんと成功してよかった。初めてだったから心配だったのよ。
心配？もしかして、本当は綱渡りだったのか？あの景色って。
Yep, still talking like like we had sex.
家庭じゃなくて、その後の話よ。シローに分ける魔力とセイバーに取られてる魔力のバランス。二人分の掛け持ちなんだから、セイバーの出力が落ちてるのはわかるでしょ？
あ、そうか。そうだよな。じゃあ、セイバー、思うように戦えないのか？
あのね、甘く見ないで。そんな不手際はしないし、セイバーに比べたらシローに分ける魔力は小さいからなんとかやっていけるわ。ただ無理は効かないの。今のセイバーは1回しか聖剣を使えない。
聖剣が一度しか使えない？
And she can't use it on Gilgamesh. We need Saber's no phantasm to destroy the Holy Grail.
じゃあ、セイバーは切り札を封じたままでギルガメッシュの足止めをするのか？
ええ。だから少しでも早く合流しないとまずいわ。セイバーがギルガメッシュを止められないと判断した場合、聖剣を使うようには言ってある。けど、そうしたらセイバーに後はないの。セイバーの聖剣でなければ聖杯は壊せない。だからその時は。
He holds his breath? That's a weird mistranslation. It should be she holds her breath, right? When that happens, she's prepared to use the sacred sword, knowing she'll disappear afterwards.
それは。
仕方ないでしょ。これはセイバーが言い出したことなんだから。私が止めたって彼女は聖杯を壊すわよ。
Either that or it's I hold my breath. Tosaka doesn't look at me as she murmurs. Damn it, what a fool she is. This is just as hard on Tosaka. She doesn't want Saber to disappear either. Then...
急ごう。ギルガメッシュにセイバーは渡せない。
当然よ。私のセイバーだもの。あんな奴に殺させないわ。
No one in the series is straight. We ran up a game trail. I know what we need to do. We'll stop the Holy Grail as fast as we can, and then go settle things with Gilgamesh. Interlude 16:1. The mountain is rumbling. Dark clouds shroud the sky, and the trees seem to tremble nervously due to the tremors. Saber watches it all from the mountain gate. She sensed it as soon as she felt the noxious, indescribable aura oozing from Ryuta Temple. The golden servant isn't the only one waiting awaiting her at the top of these stairs. Something aberrant lies in wait for her and her allies. She can't make any mistakes up ahead. If the summit is going to be a place where they die, then she will be the one to face the threat of death. She hopes the other two can survive this ominous realm. For their sake, she can't afford to hold back. She can fire her sacred sword twice. She's well aware she will disappear the instant she uses it the second time. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The only way to defeat the man with 1,000 noble phantasms is with a decisive strike from her sacred sword. She recalls Rin's words. There is only 1 minute left until the appointed time. Saber breathes in deeply and considers her condition. A breeze blows from the summit. She begins up the stone steps as the ill wind begins to shake the trees. She dashes up from the step. She dashes up from the steps with a single breath. As soon as she steps foot on the stairs, the enemy will have realized her assault. The last servant she needs to defeat should appear in the temple within the temple grounds. She needs to get there as fast as she can and defeat Gilgamesh before Rin and Shiro arrive. She isn't defying her master's orders. She began her assault after 30 minutes, just like Rin commanded. Even if she entered the temple grounds earlier than expected and engages Gilgamesh, that isn't a violation of her orders. She just deviated from her master's projection, and in the course of protecting her master's life. While the air from the summit is putrid, she is like a gust of cleansing wind that cuts at the rot as she ascends the steps. It will take her less than a minute to reach the temple. That should put her about 5 minutes ahead of Rin's projections. It will give her plenty of time to end the battle with Gilgamesh. She runs, enduring the ominous chill from the mountain gate, Like a silver speeding bullet, she races towards the summit. Just as she comes up to the gate, she didn't mean to stop, but she comes to a sudden halt. Sweat coats her forehead. Saber gazes up at the mountain gate in astonishment. A smooth voice cuts through the night. Moonlight glints off the 5-foot-long sword. An enemy that shouldn't be here. Stands at the top of the steps. Yeah, and you're here. Why? How? Her voice lacks its usual grace. She's faced with an enemy, an obstacle that shouldn't be here. That fact robs her of her composure. Well, kinda, yeah. His voice is delighted, yet cool. The swordsman seems completely unchanged, and his back to the ill wind end of the summit.
バカな。なぜここにいるアサシン。あなたはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだ。キャスターが消えた今、あなたがとどまっているはずがない。
通常のサーバントならばそうであろう。だが私はちと特殊でな。この身を縛っているのは人ではなくこの土地なのだ。
So what you're saying is, in order to defeat you, I gotta stab the ground. Wait, what?
お前たちがマスターと呼ぶよりしろ。私にとってはそれがこの山門ということになる。
土地がよりしろだと。
いかに魔術師といえど実体を持たぬサーバントにサーバントは維持できぬ。サーバントのよりしろはこの時代のものでなければならぬらしい。メギツネは私を呼び出しよりしろにこの土地を選んだ。故に私はこの山門にのみ出現するサーバント。召喚者であるキャスターが滅びたところでこの山門がある限り消えることはない。もっともそれも日雇いに過ぎんがな。メギツネが私に与えた魔力はおよそ20日分。その限度がいつかお前ならば見て取れよ。
The swordsman explains in a sing-song voice and lifts his right arm. In his elegant garment, his pale arm is transparent like
アサ
glass.
シン、あなたは。
見ての通り夜明けまで持たぬ身だ。20日の刻限などとうに過ぎている。ここまで持ちこたえたことこそ行幸と言えよ。
Yeah, as an assassin, he also has the independent action. She looks up at the swordsman in shock. His aura emits neither bloodlust nor hostility. It simply demands combat. He desires a pointless duel to the death, irrespective of victory or
で
loss.
は、私と戦うために残ったというのですか、アサシン。
言わせるなセイバー。口にすればつまらぬ言葉になり下がる。
Assassin chuckles. Saber can understand the swordsman's reasons, but she doesn't have time for this. Unless she hurries, her ally will arrive while she's fighting Gilgamesh. No, in the worst case, they might arrive first and be forced to engage him without her.
そこをどけアサシン。あなたに門番を命じたキャスターは消えた。もはや門を守る意味などあるまい。
Saber takes a step forward. However,
いいな。元より私に戦う意味などない。
he declares that the duel will begin, and if she proceeds any further. Shouldn't that be there is a point in fighting then? The tip of his long katana is pointed at Saber.
そう戦う意味などない。私には初めから何もないからな。英霊としての誇りも望むべき願いもない。いや、そもそも私が呼び出されたこと自体が間違いなのだ。何しろこの身は 佐々木小次郎などではない。
Saber is extremely confused. Sasaki Kojiro, that should be the servant's true name. But Assassin has just admitted that he is an imposter.
そう驚くことでもあるまい。佐々木小次郎というものはな、もともと正体のない架空の剣士なのだ。実在したとされるが、記された記録はあまりに不鮮明。ある剣豪の敵役として都合が良い過去を捏造された人々の記録だけで剣豪とされた人物だ。
Miyamoto Musashi. Which is why it's weird that Kojiro wasn't in Samurai Remnant.
確かに佐々木小次郎という男はいただろう。物干し竿と呼ばれる長刀を持つ武芸者もいたはずだ。だがそれらは一個人のものではない。佐々木小次郎という剣士は引き立て役としてのみ作られた架空の武芸者であったはずだ。
架空の英霊ですが、あなたは。
そう、佐々木小次郎だ。佐々木小次郎というから、それを被るに最も適した剣士が私というだけの話だ。私に7度ない。読み書きなど知らぬし、名前を持つほど余裕のある人間ではなかった。私はただ記録にある佐々木小次郎の秘剣を披露できるという一点で呼び出された亡霊だ。偽りのサーバントであるこの身は長くは持たぬ。故にキャスターも使い捨てとして扱った。そら意味など初めからないだろう。たとえここで偉業を成したところで報酬はすべて佐々木小次郎に与えられる。私には何も返ってこない。無である私にとってあらゆることは無意味だ。この身は自分すら定かではない。佐々木小次郎という役柄を演じるだけの名のない使い捨ての剣士に過ぎる。
The longsword sways. The swordsman created as a fictional character stands in Saber's way, preparing to fulfill his role.
だがその私にも唯一意味があるとすれば、それは今だ。無名のまま死んでいった私にもし望みがあったとしたら、
Then surely the nameless swordsman will have dreamed of facing a superior swordsman, something he was never allowed to witness in life.
アサシン。
She takes up her sword. There's no persuading this foe. The only response to a swordsman ready to lay down his life is to meet him with steel.
では始めよう。何、元より花と散るこの身、その最後そなたで迎えられるのであらば、これ以上の幕はあるまい。
His long sword sweeps through the air. Saber's sword parried the moonlit blade. The katana suddenly changes direction. If she uses her strength against this man, she won't be strong enough to face Gilgamesh at the summit. But she also can't afford to hold back against Assassin. No, she can win even if she goes all out against him? The katana's attack grows sharper with each swing. A fictional swordsman. a master of the sword with noble phantasm, who can fight on equal ground with heroic spirits. She must settle this duel with him now. The summit is close. We'll arrive at the back of the temple grounds once we climb this hill. There should be a large pond here, untouched by humans.
あともう少し。
Tosaka climbs the slope, pushing the branches aside. I watch her back, keeping an eye on our surroundings. And then, just as the slope levels out on the flat ground, and we come face to face with it.
なんだこれは。
It looks icky! It's a squirming hunk of flesh. The thing enshrined in the center of the pond seems to writhe and beg for help as it spews rotting black liquid around it. How big is that thing? The flesh hunk is slowly getting bigger. It looks like it's a floating island. The pond water looks muddy and sticky, as if there is an oil spill. I just saw a message from one of the people I'm collabing and with. He'll be on in a minute.
嘘だろ。あれが聖杯だっていうのか。
Hey Shinji, how you doing? I avert my gaze, feeling uncomfortable. We had been breathing in that thing's exhaust as we went through the forest. It endlessly spews out magical energy, polluting the pond. Its blood isn't colorless magical energy at all. Its dark stuff is a visible curse. Even looking at the black mud gives me chills. The curse breaches my retinas. It hammers a single cold command into my brain.
聞いてないさ。あんなのどうやって。
No problem. We just got to get Akira, right? Stop it. The flesh hunk is about 30 meters away. The pond is shallow, so walking through the water shouldn't pose a problem. But pushing our way through the black mud would be suicide. It's a curse that erodes the mind just by looking at it. If we go into it, we'll weaken and drown before we even walk a meter.
あれ、破裂寸前よ。元からああいう形なのかどうかは知らないけど、器があんまりにも小さすぎたんでしょうね。中のものを抑えきれず、器を壊して溢れ出ようとしてる。
器を壊すって。それは。
シンジが聖杯になってるならシンジを壊すってことでしょうね。ほら見える？あの山の奥、なんか人型らしきものがあるでしょ。シローなら確認できると思うんだけど。
Well, I'm not saying we should let Shinji burst, but maybe let it get close just to make him sweat. I follow Tosaka's line of sight. Within the rotting and growing flesh hunk, I do see something that looks vaguely human. Is he getting crucified? Torn clothes and a naked body, ugly muscles rippling under the skin, connecting the body to a flesh hunk. It's like the shape is different. It's a bizarre image. It's like a bunch of grapes shaped into a human form.
顔は見えないけど、あの背格好は間違いない。
そうで生きてる。
I don't know. He isn't dead, but I don't know if I can call that alive.
息はある。体だってまだ。
I can't say that I see anything like human limbs.
やっぱりね。もともと今回の聖杯は人型だった。なら人間っていう部品を利用して動かすってことでしょ。シンジは合わないからああなったみたいだけど、基本的に聖杯は宿主に生きていてもらわないと作動しない。
けど、あれは破裂寸前なんだろう。核になっているシンジを壊すって。
それは仕方なくよ。そうなったら聖杯も何もない。ただ聖杯によって開けられた穴からあの得体の知れないものが溢れてくるだけ。だから逆に言えばまだ間に合うわ。聖杯は起動しているけど、願望機っていう本来の姿になってなければ壊れてもいない。あの金ピカは穴だけを開けるって言ってたでしょ。あいつの目的は聖杯を起動させて器だけ壊すことなのよ。そうすれば
今みたいにあの得体の知れない泥が際限なく溢れ出てくる。
There's no time to consider it. We'll pull Shinji out of the flesh hunk and stop the Holy Grail.
父さん、あの泥なんとかできるか。凍らせちまえば上を歩けそうだけど。
無理。ただの水ならいけるけど、あれはもう呪いに加工された魔力なのよ。形になった魔術を凍らせるなんて、そんなの氷結専門の術者で難しいわ。
そうか。ならあとは。
We'll just have to pray for good luck. The only option is to cross the pond before the curse corrupts us, and extract Shinji.
そのままで行く気？無理よ。あなたじゃいいとこ真ん中で飲み込まれるってば。
やってみなくちゃわからないだろう。もう時間がない。セイバーも今頃あいつと戦ってるはずだ。ここで躊躇している暇は。
I whirl around and move to protect Tosaka.
これは驚いた。
Well, shit.
まさか三度もその不出来な顔を見るとはな。雑種。
Gilgamesh sneers at us. He appeared by the pond and instead of the temple, as if he predicted our moves.
ギルガメッシュ。嘘。なら誰と戦ってるのよ、セイバーは。
Tosaka's words indicate that Saber's engaged with some other enemy at the moment. I don't know who that might be or how she ended up fighting them. There's no time to consider that right now. We're facing the worst person possible. This is the strongest servant and whom we were supposed to take down as a trio. And now he's here, looking at us without Saber.
セーバーは不在か。つまらん。それではただ殺すだけか。
Look behind you, Saber. A terrible chill oozes from the sea of mud, and while bloodlust radiates from the man in front of us. No phantasms hang ready and wait behind him. One wrong move and he'll skewer us.
いや、それでは芸がないな。
Hey, Fur.
Hello. I can't stream.
You're a little low. I'll put your user volume up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit far away from my microphone. Also, I'm a little quiet.
No problem.
Really, just because I woke up like 5-10 minutes ago.
Jeez. No, LD player, I don't want you right now. I am not going on the fake Grand Order right now. Yeah, so we had this
You're
plan.
already up at...
Pardon?
What? You're already up to the Gilgamesh thing?
Yeah, we had this plan to destroy to destroy the Holy Grail, but things turned south because it turns out Assassin is still alive because he's connected to the land, and that means he didn't appear when Caster disappeared. So we're in this shit now.
Nice.
Also, everyone, this is Fur, a fellow VTuber and also a fan of Fate.
Hello, everybody. Well, I would have more of an introduction to give. Again, I'm like still waking up.
I can understand that. It also takes me a while to wake up in the mornings.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why when I tried to stream in the mornings, I was like, never again, because it was just too exhausting for me.
I used to stream in the mornings, so it's like, I honestly didn't mind it because it's good to wake up early, but then, like, you know, I'm terrible about letting my sleep schedule drift around, and eventually it always ends up going back at night.
For me, it's because like I underestimated exactly how much energy you can use streaming, and I would have breakfast beside me ready before I would stream. So I would have a quick breakfast, and then start to prepare to stream. But then I thought, no, this isn't working. There isn't even much payoff to it. So I'm going back to streaming in the afternoons.
Completely understandable. Afternoon is really one of the more comfortable times to stream.
Anyway, we're facing this shit now. That's a lot of weapons.
The fucking King of Heroes, the most bullshit character in the franchise.
I mean, he is a demigod, so that does sort of make him tougher. But it's like the funniest thing is like from what I recall hearing, the reason he's an archer is the reason why he is even though he has all these weapons, he can't really use them all effectively, and that's why he's like always chucking them.
Yeah, he's a collector, more or less.
Yeah, pretty much.
The weapons, but he's never learned how to really use any of them.
本来なら有無を言わせぬが、今回は特別に許す。せっかくの客だ。そのせいにわずかばかりの猶予をやろう。
But do you change your mind if we say we'd set you up with a date?
What kind of a date? What are you talking about? What if I missed? Oh my god.
The thing is like Gilgamesh has like Gilgamesh has like a thing for Saber.
Yeah, I do recall that. Oh god.
Yeah, so like I don't have all Saber faces, but I do have a couple. Maybe one of them will say yes.
You know, I have options for you to ask around. There's like 20 different saber faces. I'm sure by the end of the franchise, it'll be more like 700.
Yep.
Collect them like you collect weapons, bro.
My fingers tense up and I glare at the enemy. My magic circuits are open. I've lined up 14 blueprints and as many as I can manage. Oh, you also missed the quote-unquote sex scene.
The replacement that they made so that it was safe for Steam.
Yeah, no, this was actually this version is actually a port of the Vita version. So, it was made safe there first.
Okay, makes sense.
It's still kind of funny to me that they come up with these scenes that, in my opinion, feel better because I kind of wasn't like into the actual sex scenes when I played the original, because I have this thing where if I'm into a story, the sex scenes that appear in the story just kind of like annoy me because it's grinding the story to a halt.
Now, see, I don't think I would mind sex scenes if they were well written, but Fates were absolutely horrifically written. And then you also have to deal with the fisting a jar of mayonnaise noises while you're trying to read through that. It was so awful, man.
Yeah. I think like originally the sex scenes weren't really supposed to be there, but they were kind of obligated to be there because of the genre.
I think that Nasu himself actually said that, yeah. It was like, he said that he regretted putting them in after, years after Fate actually gained some popularity. Because he was just like, I really only did this so that it would sell, pretty much.
Mm. He snaps his finger.
That's my understanding of it.
Mm. I can see that with Nasu. If he snaps his finger, I'll replicate as many swords as I can. That should at least let Tosaka get away. By the way, say hi to Shinji.
Yeah. He became fucking Tetsuo.
Yep.
You get that reference. Oh god.
Yep, I've seen that movie many times. I have it on DVD. Akira's a good movie.
It is a good movie. I want to see it again sometime.
I do too, but it's my PS4 kind of isn't. I don't know if I'll be able to watch it on my PS4 either, because I think it's NTSC, and my PS4 is a PAL.
Your PS4 is a PAL.
Yeah.
眉が帰るまでの数分、そこでかかしになるがいい。あれも見届ける者が俺だけでは寂しかろう。この行く末を最後まで見届けるというのなら、その生にも意味がある。
How can I listen to that? Our objective is to stop the Holy Grail. If there's still time, then we need to rescue Shinji from that flesh hunk. Again, can we wait? Just wait until the last possible second? Make him sweat it out a bit.
Right? Make him think about his life choices that got him here. Fucking asshole, Shinji.
Yeah. I still don't forgive him for what he said about my girl here.
Yeah.
Ryder deserved such a better master than Shinji. Holy shit.
I I forget how it went. Like, to my memory, wasn't it that either Sakura
not
or
yet, not yet,
Shinji-
not yet, not yet. We haven't reached that. We haven't reached that point in the story yet. That's in the next route.
Oh, that's in the next route. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If there's still time, we need to rescue Shinji from that flesh hunk.
悪いがこっちは
あんたの言いなりになんてならない。今すぐあの日会に行ってあんたの聖杯を止めてやるわ。
Which is kind of funny because in Samurai Remnant, one of the DLC is you're literally playing his games.
Nice.
Yeah, because like he's in Samurai Remnant, and he holds one of the first DLC is he holds a tournament, and you actually get to play with the different masters and servants in that game. It makes some of the other master playable, and if you collect, if you manage to collect the particular item and activate its statues in each route, you open up a special boss fight with him, and you unlock him as a playable character.
Sounds involved.
Yeah, though I have more fun playing with Ibuki Doji.
I remember her. I remember encountering her in Grand Order. She was cool. Like, kind of fucking terrifying, but cool.
Yeah, she's got pretty much the same type of personality in Samurai Remnant, but she's like a ruler, and she's got the snake tail, and she's got extra arms and stuff, and she's a ruler class in that one.
Okay.
And she was super fun to play.
I think that the only one that I've really played outside of Grand Order and the visual novels has been Fate Extella. I really enjoyed Extella.
Oh yeah, me too. You know, like I do plan to get to Extella eventually, but I want to play Extra first because Extella is the sequel to Extra.
Yeah. I was wrong. I did play Extra at one point. I never did really finish it out because the gameplay just didn't click with me. Like, I understood it, I just didn't terribly like it.
I can understand that. I had a bitch of a time learning that system, but I did like the concept of it because it fit in this whole thing with what makes Fate fun is what's part of the fun with Fate is learning about the various servants. So it's all about gathering information. The more you know about your enemy, the more you're able to do against them.
Yeah.
By the way, I played through Fate Extra 7 damn times.
Good God.
Because back in the day. Because back in the day, I had a blog, and one of the things I did on my blog was like compiling a sort of guide to Fate Extra. So I had to play. I played through everyone to come up with that guide, learn an enemy patterns and stuff like that. And it was 2 per route, and I had to do caster an extra time because I didn't EX her the first time.
On note of caster. I think that was really my main frustration with Extella, is how badly they screwed her over in terms of story.
I didn't mind what they did with her in story. The only real problem I had is in extra when you get to the final boss, it's heavily suggested that that she would basically be your canonical servant if you only had one servant to choose.
And then they just kind of threw that out.
Yeah, then they just threw that out in favor of Nero.
Like, really, I just hate the Saberface favoritism throughout the entire series. It's always the Saberface that gets all the love, and then, like, anyone else is just fodder. And then even the Saberface sometimes gets screwed over, but, like, never as bad as anybody else.
Yeah, I know what you mean there.
I do like Altria. Altria is cool. Altria was the OG Saber. I love her. She's great.
And don't get me wrong. I do love Nero, even though I thought she was boring to play in extra because basically her strategy was just hit things and they die. But I get why that is. She's supposed to be the easy one.
Yeah, easy mode, the main physical fighter, blah blah.
Yeah, but like her strongest moments were.
Let you have a Lancer, right?
Pardon?
You know why they couldn't let you have a Lancer in that game, right?
Why?
Because Lancers always fucking die.
Well, that's more coup, but yeah. Yeah, look it up, guys.
Died by like the third master in that game if you could play a Lancer.
Look it up, guys. Like, there's a fucking meme about Kulain always dying.
Kulain is awesome too. I'm pretty sure that he is actually one of my favorites in the original visual novel. It's hard to explain why I adore him. He's just
I do get it. He's a very fun character.
He is, and it's like, it's not personal with him. He's just like, you know, I'm a fighter in this war. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. But hey, we can be buddy-buddy in the meantime.
Yeah. Okay, anyway.
Don't take it so personally, kid.
Yeah. Teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah, basically. And then he like tries to stab you, but his spear turns on himself and stabs him. He's like, what the fuck? That's the 4th time this week.
Before I can finish, Tosaka takes the initiative and stares down Gilgamesh. His lips twist into a smile. That laugh sounds like when someone decides to kill the person in front of them. I can't believe I went through almost the whole fate route not realizing that Shiro was voiced, by the way. Because they automatically...
Well, he doesn't really talk compared to anyone else.
No, he does. He talks quite a bit in this game. But the problem is, for some weird reason, his voice was muted by default. Only him.
What? That's such a weird choice.
I know.
Like, nah, your main protagonist doesn't get a voice.
Yeah.
無茶だって分かってるけど、セイバーが来るまでなんとか持ちこたえて。シンジは私が責任を持って引っ張り出してくるから。
Is it too late for me to be able to do the shield that that Archer pulled out against Lancer?
引っ張り出してくるってお前。
分かってるわよ。あんなんでもさくらの兄貴だし、見殺しにはできないもの。 助けられるのなら助けるのがシロンの心情でしょ。
Yeah, Mr. Superhero.
Yeah. Tosaka starts to run towards the dark lake. Is she going to go into the mud as is? Oh my god, that face.
I want that to be my new icon. That's fantastic. That should be like the fucking stream thumbnail, is Gilgamesh's psycho face there.
Yeah, really, that is I don't even remember that he made that face.
I didn't either, because I feel like I would have remembered that shit stare.
Yeah, like, right? It's not a face he usually makes. He's always looking at you snarkily most of the time.
なんだその滑稽さは。俺を笑い死にさせるつもりか、貴様ら。
Are you saying that's an option?
There's kill him with kindness, and then there's kill him with humor.
Do we have the like a servant and that do we have a servant and whose noble phantasm and is like a huge comedy club or some shit?
Reality Marble Comedy Club.
I mean, Nero brings her whole fucking theater with her. Don't tell me that can't be a thing.
Right? That would be amazing. Have like a Harlequin servant that does that. That would be amazing.
It would justify the whole the alter ego card in FGO.
Yeah.
That guy. He laughs condescendingly at Tosaka's determination.
何がおかしい。
なんだ。お前はおかしくないのか、雑種。とんだ三流どもだ。あの呪いの中を進むだと。サーバントですら耐えられぬ呪いの渦を人間風情が踏破できるとでも思ったか。
Well, if you're offering him to do it for us.
私の底を甘く見ないで。この程度の呪いで染まるほど弱くないわ。
Then just like as she draws closer, you find that the lake of curses just like kind of parts like the Red Sea. Like, I'm not fucking with that.
That's Tosaka for you.
それにね、私たちはあんたみたいに反霊体ってわけじゃない。ちゃんと生身のある人間なんだから、むざむざ飲み込まれてたまるもんか。
She's obviously bluffing, but Tosaka might actually be able to get across if she says so. It's still the funniest thing when she fights Castor, and then her plan all along was just to get close to her to duff her in the face.
I did love that. That was like one of my favorite scenes in the game.
Yeah, really. Like she said, Rin and Tosaka isn't and so weak as to lose as to a curse like that.
そうか。ならば好きにしろ。もっとも。俺はそんな真似は許さんがな。トレス。
A sword shoots forward. The sword flies towards Tosaka's defenseless back to skewer her. But it's instantly deflected by my concho when I step in. I breathe heavily. I made it. Although I have prepared myself, this is the first time I've been able to project so quickly. It must be thanks to Tosaka's magical energy. At this rate, we might be able to... Ooh, he mad.
To that. You mongrel, how dare you dirty my blade with your stupid technique.
He probably is actually canonically thinking that, because he made it no secret the vitriol he feels towards you and Archer.
The quote-unquote fakes.
By the way, I always found the projection to be like the coolest fucking thing.
Oh, absolutely. Same, honestly.
Murderous rage fills his red eyes. My projection triggers him to get serious. The noble phantasm behind his back increases the number. Behind me, I hear Tosaka's concerned voice. I don't look back, and I keep my eyes on the enemy with my concho at the ready. That's all I say to her. I hear the sound of splashing water. Tosaka jumps into the sea of mud without hesitation. Then I'm going to protect her. I won't allow a single noble phantasm to reach Tosaka. I take a step forward. This must have ticked him off. The Golden Servant takes his eyes away from Tosaka and focuses on me. A swarm of noble phantasms point towards me. He ignites his murderous intent like a sharp blade. Then, like, just as he shoots, we get right behind him, like, oh, fuck! He deploys his own treasures without reserve. Meanwhile, the longsword slashes the darkness. Assassin wields a nearly 2-meter long sword, and Saber is still able to step within range. One of the sickest fights that they translated into the original anime.
Yeah, I fucking love Assassin's fight against Saber in general. Assassin in general is fucking cool.
Yeah, he is.
I said that Kukulin is like one of my favorites. So is Assassin. Assassin is just so fucking badass.
Yeah, it's understandable.
He is basically just a normal ass dude who brute forced reality into letting him be a sword master. She
can't avoid it and falls back. The distance between the two sides does not shrink. There's 1 meter between Saber and Assassin. But that distance is enough to prevent Saber from even running up the stone steps. She bites her lip. She doesn't have time for these skirmishes. Her opponent is typically someone, her opponent is typically someone she can best in strength. She could overpower him if she used the full might of her magical energy and her sword. Just one blow. If she can just withstand one blow, she'll easily be able to hold him down. It can be an arm or a leg. If she doesn't show she sustained a few scratches, there won't be another attack. The moment she receives the blow, she's confident and she can step into Assassin's range and cut her enemy in two. And yet, if that first blow manages to get to her neck, there would be no way she can overpower him. And for some reason, this dude's a fucking 1 star in Grand Order.
Right? Well, I mean, to be fair, realistically, he is one of the weaker servants. It's just...
He just kind of makes up for it with skill.
He does. It's just absolutely absurd. He's like the antithesis of the initial thing of Shiro's commentary on Hercules or Heracles, because like he was talking about how like skill doesn't matter in the face of such enormous strength, and then we have this motherfucker who fended off Hercules several times and just alone by sheer skill. Like, holy fuck.
Like, obviously he had Castor to help because Castor is Medea. So she not only knows Heracles, but she's also got a crap ton of magical energy to boot. But still, that's going to be mostly him.
That is going to be mostly him, and the fact that he manages it. Like, good God. And then also remember that Heracles himself is powered by Ilya, who is basically a mana fountain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even really that much of a disparity in terms of magical energy present.
Yeah. That's the kind of blow that the servant in front of her can execute. There's no restraint, and there are always blows that are meant to take, and there are always blows that are meant to take one's life. Also, while we're talking, everyone, just a reminder: when we're talking about Berserker, this is the fucking stats we're dealing with.
Yeah, he's ridiculous in literally everything. Berserker is supposed to actually be one of his weaker classes.
Yeah. I've always kind of considered most of the time the Berserker class to be like the booby prize of servant classes. Just like most of the time, it's the class you end up being when all the other classes are taken.
Yeah, and like on top of that, usually a weaker master will end up getting all their mana drained the hell out of them trying to sustain a Berserker. So it was really meant to make weaker servants able to compete with the stronger servants, but then like they still typically try to summon the strongest servant they can anyway, and it tends to overload the hell out of them. It's mages, man, always being screwed by their own hubris.
Yep. The only possible way to prevent that is to retreat. She is at a positional disadvantage since she can't turn and attack from one side, and the enemy's skills prevent her from moving forward. I have the high ground, Saber.
Oh no! You underestimate my power.
It is literally that situation here.
It is.
Only Saber isn't an idiot. She's actually a veteran, so she knows what she's fucking doing.
Yeah, it sure is.
That she can't step forward. She needs to reach the temple compound alive. As she stands there, Shiro, Rin, and are going up against Gilgamesh. If she's late, one of them might die. Or worse, the two of them are already... She runs. She yells as if to dispel the ominous imagery that pops up in her mind and rushes up the stairs. Two trajectories collide. Seeing her rush up with abandon, Assassin swings his sword, not at Saber's body, but at the sword swinging down toward him.
ほう、さすがはセイバーの数回程度ならば耐えられると思ったが、一撃で曲がるとは。
Sparks fly. They try to push each other. They try to push each other out of the way as the sword and katana clash. I can read, I swear.
Just slow down. You don't have to rush the reading.
アサシンは私の剣を
Assassin's katana is fragile. While the katana may be able to cut iron in two, it is still made by humans. It cannot compete with a sword, which was forged and created by non-humans. If struck from the front with force alone, the long katana will surely be shattered. Knowing this, Assassin made Saber retreat by parrying the sword and going for her body instead. I love how this game depicts action with still images.
I do too. It really does a good job of it.
Yeah. Like kudos to the team that made this game, because they did such a good job, even on the first time around.
Right? It was really good. This was actually the first visual novel that I actually played all the way through, except for the third route. I didn't really finish the third route ever.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I got to a specific scene in the third route, and I just ended up stopping playing after that. I felt a little squeamish at the time, and like I ended up just letting it go and not picking it up after.
I was never really too hugely bothered. I'm pretty sure I can guess which scenes you're talking about, but that's just because I have a pretty high tolerance. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
like,
But
it's less that.
I'm pretty sure
it's
I'm
less that and more that I just got fatigued from how much reading needed to be done.
Yeah.
It was around the point where I realized there was a lot of filler text that was kind of padding out the story, and I was just like, I just want to get to the story. I've already had all the build-up, okay? I've already seen all these cooking scenes. I've already seen all the little mealtime scenes. Please, let's get to the action. Let's get to the real stuff happening. So that was my problem. I just got fatigued by it. And if it had been a little bit more concise, I would have probably stuck with it.
I get that. That's why I've kind of been taking a break between routes, playing other games in between.
Yeah, so that it doesn't get overwhelming.
Yeah, and I've been doing the bad ends for extra videos with like a friend of mine.
Okay, cool.
There are some really dumb ways to die.
Dumb ways to die.
And some of them include Rider, which make them the best ways to die ever.
Oh no. I remember one of them, like the first time that I was playing through, it was when Shiro like fell out of a window at the school. And you had the option to either like just take the fall or summon Saber.
Yeah, that's one of the
like,
dumb ways to die, because why wouldn't you use a command spell then?
See, what's funny is that I had summoned Saber, and if I recall correctly, he still like takes an injury from it, and the screen goes red, and I'm like, fuck, I made the wrong choice, didn't I? And I thought I was dead.
But the bad ends are worth getting, because then you go into the Tiger Dojo, and that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Tiger Dojo stuff is really funny. If I recall right, a couple of times it's even just like, you made a stupid choice. Go back and pick the other choice.
Yeah.
It's like, usually they'll give advice, like, you know, hey, look, you're supposed to be playing to how Shiro would do things, so think about what he would do in this situation and pick that, even if it doesn't make sense to you. And then other times it's just like, bro, that was stupid. Try again.
Yeah. But Assassin blocked her attack. No matter how well trained and how tenacious Assassin is, his katana would not be able to fully defend against Saber's blow. The long sword that caught Saber's blow is now bent at its core. At this rate, he can no longer maintain his sharp advantage.
勝てる。無傷でこの男に勝てるのか。
She asks herself as she pushes pushes back Assassin's long katana. Her hesitation creates an opening. There is a reason Assassin blocked her sword. Before she realizes that reason, she is standing in a particular position. She is standing in a different position. The two were standing at the top and the bottom of the stairs and are now level with each other. Without realizing it, Saber's body shifted to the side, and she is forward on the flat footing. This is a repeat of last time. They are standing level with each other. A suitable footing to wield the sacred sword. Here, Assassin is able to execute his magical blade. Swallow reversal. The three-arcing blade is encircle the enemy, and the target has no chance of defending or evading. It ensures that the enemy is killed. And remember, at this point, it's technically not a noble phantasm. It's just on the level of one, but later it's a noble phantasm.
Yeah, they made it one for the purposes of gameplay, but it's like really just a technique that basically is damn near equivalent to actual sorcery.
Yeah, but it still is generally a noble phantasm because because on the added lore, noble phantasms aren't just to like special weapons you get or whatever. They're also like manifestations of accomplishments, your skills, stuff like that. So it is a noble phantasm in all senses of the word. They're just not counting it as one in this game.
Yeah.
A chill. She shudders from the chill running down her neck.
アサシン、貴様。
Saber's strength leaves her. Goodbye. Friggin' bots.
Got banned.
She can push back right now. As she is superior in strength, she can knock down Assassin and finish him off as she runs up to him, or she can just run towards the temple gate. But the outcome was going to be the same either way. If she disengages, that thing is going to come. Even if she knocks him away, whether she rushes in for the final blow or exposes her back to run up the stairs, that magical blade will be released and will be all over her. That is very weird wording. Which means she can't push forward. She can only let herself ease up and match Assassin's stare.
良いのか、力を弱めて。これならば私の方からお前を弾き飛ばせるが。
Assassin looks at the cornered saber with satisfaction. There's nothing callous in his mannerisms. The swordsman with the long katana is simply admiring the determined look of his opponent, who is seeking to recover from a hopeless situation.
このために自らの武器を傷つけたのか、アサシン。
無論、拉致が開かぬのでな、勝負をつけに来た。これならば、以前のお前に戻ろうと思ってな。果たし合いの最中に、後のことなど考えるな。
She holds her breath. Assassin's words tell her that he sees right through her, yet it does not sound insulting. The compound is in flames. The sounds of swords clashing and breaking. There's no doubt it's the sound of Gilgamesh and Shiro fighting.
縁も竹縄というところだな。こんなところで門前払いを受けている場合ではないぞ、セイバ
アサシン。
Saber grips her sword tightly. She puts magical energy into her sword in an attempt to repel the obstacle in front of her. But she can't. This very moment is her end. If she breaks the distance between herself and Assassin, she would be walking into Assassin's scheme. She grits her teeth in frustration. She wields her sword that is infused with magical energy, but she is unable to do anything. There.
何を迷う。お互いやるべきことは一つだろ
The swordsman says it clearly.
アサシン。
う。もとより、我らは役割を果たすためだけに呼び出された。
Yeah, as a reminder to everyone, he doesn't give a shit what's going on in the background. He just wants to fight Saber.
Yep, that's his whole thing here. Is like that's why he let the other two go in. Is he's just here because he wants to fight the what's her title again? The King of
The
Knights,
King of
I think?
Knights.
Okay, yeah. That was really his big interest here.
私がこの門を守るように、お前にも守るものがある。ならば、迷う隙などあるまい。それにな、セイバー。時間がないのは、お前に限った話ではない。
There's no pretense in his voice. This is the first and last time the fictional swordsman speaks the truth of his heart. His wish is to have a fight to the death. That is the swordsman's wish, his reward for getting summoned to this age and guarding the gate this entire time.
失礼をした。確かに、お互い時間はない。
She releases the magical energy in her sword. The unrestrained power that gets released blows back Assassin. He goes back about 2 meters. Saber does not move, even though she is within Assassin's best range. She neither runs to the temple gate nor towards Assassin. She unleashes her seal. The funniest shit that would happen at this point is if she blew Assassin like into a sort of ring out situation, and she's like, okay, goes.
Just blows him out of bounds, and he just goes like, "Oh, well, damn," and then shimmers into mist.
I knew I shouldn't have put. I knew I shouldn't have put this ring here. Bye. Her sword is revealed, and Saber confronts Assassin. There is no hesitation in her eyes. She will use her entire strength if need be. Her eyes declare that she will use her strength to defeat the enemy in front of her. No words will be exchanged from now. The imaginary swordsman slowly readies his long katana. He readies his strongest sword technique against the greatest enemy of his life.
You know, something just clicked for me.
Yeah?
A kind of realization, right? So, he is literally strong enough to go against one of the strongest servants in the story. Right there, in her prime, with, like, unleashing her strongest techniques. And he's named the quote-unquote imaginary swordsman. And he's also supposed to be relatively weak compared to all the other servants. Now, think about that in conjunction with the imaginary element. So, I feel like there's kind of a parallel there. I'm not saying that he invokes the imaginary element, but I think it's like a theme almost.
What's the imaginary element? I don't think I know about that.
You know what? I think it's probably part of the Heaven's Feel route, if I'm recalling. So
if it's part of the Heaven's Feel route, then best not spoil it.
Yeah, no, I won't do that. Specifically because you said you didn't end up going through it all the way.
Yeah, which is funny because I was super excited to go through that route because that's the one where you learn Ryder's identity.
Yes. But also, like, just so that you're not too concerned, like, there is no connection between Assassin here and the imaginary element. So, like, that's not something to worry about. I'm just saying I'm thinking it might be a narrative parallel.
It could be.
Okay. Yeah. But we'll see that whenever you go into the next thing.
She walks through the sea of rotten flesh. Ew. The lake is not even a meter deep. But the sticky mass of flesh has accumulated at the bottom, so she only sinks in knee deep. Still sounds icky.
Right? So gross.
気持ち悪いにも程があるってのよ。
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Rin. I do not envy you right now. She grumbles under her labored breath. Every step she takes gives her chills, like she's stepping on a mass number of bugs. The rotting flesh and clings to her skin is unmistakably rotting flesh, and if she stops it will harden around her. She shakes them off with all her might and keeps going. Blech. Slosh, squish, crush.
Crush.
There's no way someone can stay sane from wading through this content. It's Twitter. After all this, slaughtering a cow would be a piece of cake. Tosaka thinks defiantly. And then, like, somewhere off screen, all the Indian servants in FGO just, like, slowly turn, like, what the fuck you say?
Excuse me, the fuck did you say?
That's how she's getting used to this. She's under so much pressure that she has to think of it as work, or else she wouldn't even be able to move. But at least she won't sustain mental damage this way. I don't know, this feels like something that would stick with you mentally.
And physically, clinging to your flesh.
Yeah, like, good luck washing that gunk out.
Right?
But you can't endure this with willpower alone. With each step forward, her body heat rises. The rotting flesh immediately invades her nerves, and the moment it touches her leg, even if she tries to push them away, the poison has already assaulted her body. They're curses. The malice is tangible, and it's like a disease. So, like I said before, Twitter. One would fall ill if they touch it. It invades the nerves, robs the body of its strength, and boils the brain every step. Every step taken is a step closer to fatality. A normal person would stop moving after 2 steps and fall into a pool of flesh. It's unknown what would happen afterwards. She doesn't want to think about if one suffocates or assimilates into such a part of the flesh mound. She can't even think straight, given that she now has a fever over 40 degrees. Isn't that like pretty near the point where you die.
Yeah, very easily, yes. I'm pretty sure, like, what is 40C? Hold on. Celsius Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's definitely a level of fever you do not want to be reaching.
Yeah, like
your brain is cooking at that point.
Yeah, if your temperature is at 38, you've got a friggin' fever.
Yeah, you don't want it higher than that. I'm pretty sure I reached up to about 103 when I've had COVID recently.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, it's very bad juju. I almost died from it.
Her feet and body threaten to fall over as she pushes on, desperate to move forward. Rin didn't jump into the pool of flesh without a plan. She has swallowed 2 of her precious gems, and she's using all the magical energy she saved up to create a defensive film over herself. If this curse really is a crystallization of pure magical energy, then she should be able to repel it by shrouding herself with strong magical energy.
You know, she's gonna be pissed after all this having to...
No doubt.
Like, just from having to, like, start putting reserves into new gems again. It's like, I've used every fucking gem that I had in this stupid war, and I ain't got shit to show for it. Now I gotta start over. Damn it!
Her assessment was correct, but it was way beyond the scope of she imagined. The jewels she swallowed to put up defenses were no better than sheets of paper covering her. No human can go up against this corruption. There is nobody who can avoid getting engulfed in here. There, her own strength was her only support system to survive.
もうこれなら火の上に飛び込んだ方が涼しいのに。
Figuratively or literally? And actually, if she did jump into the sea of fire, it wouldn't affect her since she is protected by her gems. The moment she starts complaining, she gets angry at herself for even mentioning it and regains her vigor. Oh, because now she knows exactly what Shiro went through.
Yeah.
So her thinking that brought that to mind. That's not true. Even if it's not true, she can't crack a joke like that when dealing with something like this. In her feverish state, she listens to the clash of swords behind her. She can't see the two anymore. Did Shiro lead the battle away, or was he driven into a corner? Either way, the battle between those two seems to have moved to the temple grounds.
あと少し一気に行くからそれまで。
She runs. She's barely fast enough to walk, but she moves her feet anyway. She pushes through the decaying flesh. She breathes heavily as she reaches for the lump of flesh. She moves up crawling. She feels the mounds of flesh.
なんかこっちのが楽みたい。
Kaneda? Kaneda, is that you?
And she's probably like thinking, Shinji, you owe me fucking big time for this.
You're right. It's funny to think this is the best ending for Shinji. It's what he deserves, the fucking asshole.
Yep. Like, Fate Extra Shinji was a little bit less of an asshole. But that's because he's a kid?
You know, he didn't have time to really grow into the cruelty.
Yeah. This is much more disgusting, but the fever that invaded her nerves cools off rapidly.
ちょっとこれもしかして
Please don't be the dog, please don't be the dog, please don't be the dog.
Very convenient handle to drag him out by.
I'm sorry, the joke just came to me and I couldn't resist. She puts her finger on the red ground. It's the same as the black mud, but it has a form. It's something that came out from the Holy Grail and took form using magical energy, an incarnation that should not exist in this world. Oh, it's just Elia's fucking heart that was ripped out. Somehow that's a lot better.
サーバントこれサーバントと同じなんだ
She murmurs in amazement. She tries to make sense of it, but stops. Now's not the time. Sorry. There's only one thing she needs to do.
よし回復したさっさとシンジを見つけてこんなところとはおさらばよ
She gets up and runs up the mound of flesh. The mountain of flesh is a floating island about 50 meters in diameter. She couldn't see it entirely from the bank of the lake, but the surface. sorry. But the surface is folded over multiple times like a mountain range.
いた
There he is. At the very depths, Shinjimato is there, hiding among the flesh. It's the fucking grave of the field of swords over here now. I've never seen or read Berserk, by the way.
It's so good. It's very extremely dark and has some fucked up content, so it's not for everyone. But I absolutely love Berserk.
Yeah. The only reason. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The only reason I know about I know a lot about what goes on in Berserk is because as I follow someone on YouTube who's a fan of it, and he played the PS2 game.
Ah, okay.
He did a Let's Play of the PS2 game, and he did some videos of the Dynasty Warriors-ish game that came out some years ago.
I can recommend it. It's again, if you are squeamish about certain kinds of content, maybe tread lightly. But it is a very, very good series, and I had a collection of it for a while, but then I had like 20 volumes of it, but it got ruined when my house got hit by a hurricane.
Ah, that sucks.
It sucks a lot. I'm very sad. I would like to get like the mega compilation of Berserk someday because I absolutely fucking love that manga.
I repel the incoming swords. There are more than 10 noble phantasms deployed, and all of them shoot straight towards me like arrows. I throw away the swords and I throw away the swords that turn to dust and ready for the next attack. In a single gulp of air, my labored breathing goes back to normal. If my breathing is labored, I can't do projection. Without a weapon, and my body will get skewered. This isn't a battle against that guy. It's a battle against myself. The moment my projection and speed and accuracy go down, that's when I'll disappear. And like you pan out, you see the Shiro just like swinging swords wildly at thin air, and then Gilgamesh is just off to the side, looking like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
そうだ、休んでいる暇はないぞ。
I respond to his voice, and a straight sword I've never seen before points towards me. It makes a loud sound. It makes a loud sound and shoots toward me with lethal speed.
トレス
I'm unable to deflect the full impact, and I fall to the ground on my back. I quickly roll to the side and stand up to regain my stance.
どうした？質が落ちているぞ。わずか一撃で壊れるようでは複製とは言えんな。
A scornful laugh. He's obviously enjoying this. If he relishes all the noble phantasms behind, if he releases all the noble phantasms behind his back at once, there's no way I could defend myself. Yes, relishes. He relishes his noble phantasms.
He does. He does. He's also clearly relishing putting you through the ringer.
Yeah, like he's clearly just playing around.
Oh yeah, he would have already absolutely fucking destroyed Shiro if he just wanted him dead immediately.
But he's only shooting them off one by one, holding them back to test my limits. But I'm lucky that's happening right now. Despite Tosaka backing me up, it's difficult for me to project after only seeing the opponent's weapon. I can only replicate its appearance. I can't construct its inner abilities, which is why they get destroyed after a single hit. Yeah, as a reminder, Shiro's projection really needs him to really know the weapon he's trying to replicate. Otherwise, it's just like empty shells.
That said, he is creating shells of actual noble phantasms, so that's like honestly really impressive in its own right.
Yep.
やろう。こんなんでどうやって。
That guy said that I'm the only one who can beat him, but this is all I can do. I can only defend myself from his noble phantasm, and I can't put rush in and to attack him. I need at least 2 weapons. But I'm having trouble with just one. How the heck am I supposed to project 2 at the same time?
どうした？歯ごたえがあるのは口先だけか？フェイカー。
He must like seeing me rolling around as he looks entertained. I catch my breath. Things are fine as long as he's enjoying this. As long as he's acting that way, there's still a chance for me to win.
トレス。
I direct my mind to look inside me. There's only a few circuits. There, I mentally line up all the blueprints I can imagine. I visualize 17 noble phantasms. I analyze its internal structure based on their outward appearance, and I draw out the concept of creation to choose its compositional material. I cough up blood. I'm paying the price for putting multiple blueprints inside a circuit that usually handles only 1 or 2. Since I start using projection, my nerves have become damaged. Since I started using projection, my nerves have become damaged, my body had started to crumble from the inside. He kept missing Magical Circuit Day.
Oh no, he never missed a Magical Circuit Day. Unfortunately, he didn't learn them.
Blood pools in my stomach, and my esophagus is working like a pump to expel the blood out of my body. I swallow those down and continue my process. Hancho and Bakuya can't block his noble phantasm. If only I had Archer's swordsmanship, I could probably defend myself with twin swords, but I don't have that kind of skill. There's only one way for my inferior swordsmanship to prevent those noble phantasms. I just have to offset using the same exact noble phantasms that he deploys.
Oh shit, but we already see a second circuit activating here. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Oh.
And like, let's keep in mind that some of these noble phantasms are capable of destroying mountains.
Yeah. Some of them are literally classified as quote-unquote anti-fortress. In other words, they're literally used as siege weapons.
And he still hasn't pulled out his trump card, by the way. The trump card that he used all the fucking time in Fate.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing, because that one, and if I recall, is anti-world.
It sure is. It is literally called anti-world. It destroys the fabric of reality. It is that strong.
I still have enough magical energy. Kosaka's supply has been more than enough. But my circuits moving that energy are on the verge of corrosion. My end is near. The moment that guy gets serious, I'll have to project the same amount of noble phantasm he deploys, or else I won't survive. Okay, a theory suddenly popped into my head. What if Shira's magic circuits are actually more numerous than we know? His magical capacity is greater than he knows, but he isn't exactly used to using all those circuits because he kept underestimating the circuits he used whenever he was doing his practice.
That sounds like an interesting idea. That could be a possibility, maybe.
But at the same time, my body will definitely be destroyed if I project that much. I saved the image of following in my mind. Just like open menu, click save.
Right? He's just projecting PNGs of the swords.
His mind's just like running a fucking Windows XP.
Gilgamesh busts out his trump card and you just get a Windows error. He's like, ah, damn it, not again.
The swords that try to go outside will actualize as I imagine them and pierce me from within. If I burned out circuits, if my burnt out circuits can't control it, the sword ends inside me will shoot out, and I will literally be a pincushion. Let me bring out a few dozen more. Ah, shit.
It's funny. It's like Gilgamesh actually sounds genuinely impressed here.
Yeah.
Joke's on you, I don't even know how much witchcraft I can do.
His line catches me off guard. Is the king of heroes who possesses thousands of treasures trying to say that he can perceive our magecraft just by looking at us? Well, he does become a caster later in life.
Yeah, that is true.
では再建だ。もっともいかに成功であろうと一本たりとも世には残さんが。
I react too late. I was distracted by his words, and I created a fatal delay on my part. 17 noble phantasms are shot out. A portion of the king's treasure rain out like an avalanche, telling me that the king is done playing around. Oh no, if he was done playing around, he would have grabbed fucking Ia.
Oh yeah.
He just doesn't think you're worth it.
No, you're too low of a filthy Mongol for Ia.
連続操作
My body wavers. The swords that shoot out from within me collide with the one shooting towards me, and the impact shakes everything around. I can't block them all. Even though I project 17 noble phantasms, I can only give form to them one at a time. Even if they're consecutive, I can only deploy one at a time. On the other hand, my opponent is able to shoot them all at once. I've been no match from the get-go.
ガラス細工にしてはよく持つが、それもあと数撃か。そうだ、急いで真似ねば八つ咲きだぞ。
I hear him taunt over the clashing swords. 12 more enemy noble phantasms.
俺には勝ち得ないと考え、聖杯だけでも取り外す判断は正しい。お前では我にはかなうべくもない。
I gotta admit, this will probably be sick to see in the anime adaptation.
God, yeah, that'd be cool as hell.
Like, this does make me want to see the Unlimited Blade Works anime. My fingertips are burning. The magical energy I emit and the heat from the colliding noble phantasms mercilessly burn my fingertips. 7 more noble phantasms left. But in that case...
始末することこそが確実だ。魔術師であるお前たちならば、あの泥を越えずとも殺しようはあったろう。だというのに、まだ救おうというその偽善、まさに雑種の具現よな。
Oh, back down to only one circuit, huh?
Yeah. It's going to break.
Oh, he probably burned the other one out.
My circuits are going to burn out completely. It's not enough. I'm no match against this man with my measly circuits. Why can't I block them? That guy said that I could win, but this isn't even a contest right now. What does that mean? Well, he has every noble phantasm. He has every noble phantasm in existence. You can produce every noble phantasm in existence as long as you know about it. So you're able to counter his shit. Am I making some sort of mistake? Three noble phantasms left. I don't know if my body can hold out until I block them all. No, what I need to be thinking about right now is what is the difference between my blades and Archer's blades? In that moment, all my senses freeze up. I don't even look at the remaining 3 noble phantasms. I'm focusing on the Golden Servant pulling out a sword. A strange sword. Oh shit, is he doing it?
Oh shit.
My mind goes blank the moment and I see what looks to be a stone pillar. He's become Wamu from JoJo Part 2.
Oh no.
I recently watched the JoJo anime all the way to the end of Part 6. JoJo is sick.
JoJo is amazing. That's definitely one of my favorite anime.
Yep.
女を救うと言ったな、
Oh
小
shit.
僧。
His taunting voice echoed with the roar of the sword. I eliminate the 3 remaining blueprints in my circuit and try to read his sword. And yet...
読めない。
Yeah, because that's not a sword from Legend. I mean, it technically is, but not in that way.
Doesn't it predate human history or something like that?
Yeah, it's like in Fate terms, the sword that like created the world.
Ah, well, yeah, that would indeed be his greatest treasure then. I didn't know that context of it.
Until now, I've been able to read every weapon, but I can't read the construction of that sword.
ならば見せてみろ。その贋作で一体何が救えるのかを。
This is bad.
This is very bad. You struggle against the normal noble phantasms. You're going to be struggling now for damn sure.
Yeah, remember, guys. Oh, it's not showing. It's not showing Ia.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I think it's not counted as his noble phantasm. Like, even though, like, mechanically speaking, in the game terms, it's treated as his noble phantasm, it's not actually his noble.
Oh, wait. It's because we haven't seen it yet in this route. I forgot about that.
Ah, okay.
So if we were in the main menu, we would see it. We would see it. But yeah, again, it's anti-world.
Yeah. It's very bad juju. Like, casually deletes a continent with it.
The wind creates a fault line. The slashing wind releases from Gilgamesh's sword. Whoops. The slashing wind released from Gilgamesh's sword push away his own noble phantasms and head towards me. I was just checking because I saw a response from Catmun in the Discord.
Okay, cool.
My mind is still blank. I can't come up with any countermeasure, so I just release the remaining magical energy within me. Yeah, and this is how you know you're in the finale when they stop saying interlude in, interlude out, that sort of stuff.
Yes.
The swordsman holds up his sword. An unknown imaginary stance for an unknown imaginary man. He readies his fatal technique and cuts his enemy by simultaneously executing blows from different angles. She experienced that attack before. The previous one only attacked in a circular motion and on at a vertical axis. That's why she was able to avoid it and manage to survive. But the true technique is said to have 3 trajectories. A circular and vertical slash, and probably a horizontal slash that cuts anyone and who tries to escape sideways. If all three were to be released simultaneously, there is no escape. Once in range, the other 2 attacks will hit even and if one is blocked. Escaping sideways is impossible, and the long katana will be able to contact the target. Will now be able to make contact if the target tries to retreat back. Magical Sword Swallow Reversal, a divine technique that surpasses even the powers of servants. This is the ultimate technique, and an unknown swordsman put his entire existence in perfecting. The long katana wavers. He steps in to reduce the distance between the opponents. A distance close enough to cut down Saber. From a distance that does not allow any defense, a constricted trajectory is unleashed. Saber is not going to use her sacred sword. To begin with, she can't use her noble phantasm from the distance the 2 are at. No matter how fast the Saber's sacred sword may be, Assassin Swallow Reversal is much faster. Her head will surely fly. While she tries to put magical energy into the sword. Thus, the only thing she can rely on is her sword skill. She has to make all her cards buster. That's the thing she can do in game. The blade arc begins to move in. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Even though this is her second time seeing it, its precision and its speed are astonishing. How much training he did to be able to execute an attack like that? At that moment, Saber could only shudder. That attack cannot be blocked. This magical sword is man's attempt challenging the gods and Buddha. Nobody but a god would be able to prevent or parry the attack. No one but a god, you say? Funny you should mention that. She holds her breath. In the back of her mind, and there is a faint spark as small as a grain of sand. She doesn't think of what that is, or if it's the right thing to do. But she risks everything on that instinctual inspiration. She charges toward as that victory with all she has. What did the fictional swordmaster think in seeing that? The silver armor slips through the gap between his arms. I was actually thinking, if she can't go back and can't go to the sides, that would be the only way for her to go. Under the swordsman's left elbow, between his waist and arms, she must have been at the slightest gap. She must have seen and that the slightest gap was the magical sword's blind spot. While her armor gets chipped away by 3 blades that come flying, Saber curls herself up and rushes toward that one point. Her prediction, her outstanding intuition, allows her to execute that exquisite skill. She was able to foresee the complete form of the magical sword, which has yet to be seen, because she has experienced the incomplete swallow reversal once. However, that is not the surprising thing. What truly kept her alive was her determination. She trusted that momentary spark and put all of her abilities into that momentary gap. You say something?
No. Wife was getting up to do something.
Ah. And she trusted that momentary spark and put all her abilities into that momentary gap. A lot of momentaries. She shook off fear that she might get cut to pieces, if she was even slightly delayed, and ran through the gap that was impossible to pass. And thus, her determination was what managed to defeat that magical blade. But the match is not over. Avoiding the swallow reversal puts her enemy right next to her, and her lunge outpaces the swordsman's draw. That position is not easy to recover from. The long katana flies. The recoiling blade is quick, even if it may not be as quick as the demonic blade, and yet her attack slightly outperforms and is faster than the swordsman's. That is an awesome shot.
It really is. Like, good God, that's so cool.
He purses his lips. He closes his lips tightly and strains to keep himself from collapsing. The blood that flows back from his gut fills his mouth, but he swallows it, determined not to spit it out. The golden-haired knight stands below the swordsman. The swordsman's code does not allow him to do something like defile his opponent and enter brilliance with the expulsion from his innards. This guy's keeping himself from bleeding just to respect her.
Right? This dude is such a fucking Chad.
Saber says nothing. Strands of her golden hair flutter on the stone stairs. It's a wonder her head is still attached. It's a miracle that her limbs were not sheared off. She felt her body would be cut in four the instant she went into that opening. There was only one factor that made a difference: the swordsman's long katana. Yeah, because the closer she would be to him, the harder it would be for him to hit her.
That and it was bent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Had his blade not bent, his magical sword would have surely been invincible. The air is rumbling. Another battle is still going on behind the temple gate. Saber does not know what to say. She looks up at the dying swordsman. To that, the swordsman says without looking at her, "Not much meaning is contained in that single. How much meaning is contained in that single word?" He's like, I'm satisfied. You won. And you have the right to move on. Saber draws her sword and runs up the stairs with all her might. She doesn't turn back to the swordsman. She simply runs up to fulfill her role.
美しい小鳥だと思ったのだがな。その実、獅子の類であった。
He mutters, and the swordsman laughs, realizing it was inevitable. She avoided something that even a swallow could not avoid, and that she was not an object to be admired and loved.
女を見る目には自信があったのだが、どちらも修行不足ということか。
I mean, you'll be able to ask some people about it out in an FGO. Like those particular people don't want the troubles they have.
Yeah, this is true.
The swordsman complains with a shrug. His form and his elegant Teori were starting to fade. His pierced stomach and his blood-stained feet had become faint. Yet he looks at his situation unconcerned and sat down on the sewed pavement. The trees rustle. The wind coming down from the top of the mountain shake the forest. By the time the flowers scatter, the birds disappear, and the wind stops, and even the moon in the sky fades. The swordsman who was just there disappears without a trace, as if his existence was just an illusion. In that instant, I deploy the strongest weapon out of all the items I've ever replicated. But it won't even work as a shield against what is presented before me. The Sword of Rupture. The mysterious sword cuts through the wind, annihilates 6 noble phantasms, and severs my body. Oh shit. It's disappearing.
Oh, man.
My circuit gets disconnected, and the magical energy from socket has nowhere to go back. I curse my inadequacy. I knew I was experienced, but I seriously curse at myself for never really thinking of the implications or how that would affect me. Why do I have so few magic circuits? If only I had a little more. If only I had a little more and reached beyond that darkness a bit, I could have fought like him. I fall to the ground. I can't soften the impact, and I fly dozens of meters away, falling violently on my back. There's no pain from the impact. I've lost all sensation. Even my mind goes white and blank. Right before I head toward death, my last thought is how amazed I am that my limbs are still attached.
そこまでか。やはり偽物は偽物だったな。お前では何も救えない。
You know, it just occurred to me, like, with the fact that he used Ia at all, that it means that he did eventually consider Shiro worthy of using it.
Yeah.
So, in a way, it's actually kind of a sign of respect, surprisingly.
Yeah, I didn't think of that when I first played this, but like the more I played, the more I went through games where Gilgamesh was in. There are these little moments where he does show his respect, even though it doesn't seem like it.
You know, he shows it in his own specific way. Because, like, I remember in Zero, you've seen Zero, right?
No, I haven't.
God damn it. How have you not seen Zero? Fuck. All right, well, I'll get to it at some point, but right now I started watching Freyren. I do strongly recommend watching both Zero and the Unlimited Blade Works anime. I have not seen the Heavens Feel movie thingy. And from what I recall, people saying the Fate route anime was kind of garbage.
I saw the Fate route anime, and it's what got me into Fate. So I maybe have a little bit of bias, but I like it.
Well, if you liked that one, you will absolutely love the Unlimited Blade Works one.
And I meant this was mentioned before when a viewer was watching me play through the ending of the Fate route that they could actually try again to do a proper Fate route adaptation, since they don't need to take from other routes anymore.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Just if UFO Table did the Fate route, that would be absolutely amazing.
My heartbeat gets weaker. My lungs are not moving, and my trachea is frozen.
これならばアーチャーが残った方が楽しめた。奴も贋作者だったが、その理念は俗物ではなかったからな。
The fact that I can't see isn't because my eyes are damaged. Right now, everything inside me is messed up, and my body has ceased functioning properly. Maybe I would consider that to be fortunate.
I should lay down for a while longer.
I've forgotten all sensation of pain, so I should be able to die easily at this rate.
ああ、そういえば奴も言っていたな。お前の理念は借り物だと。自身から生み出したものが一つとしてない男が何かをなそうなどと。よくも思い上がれたものだ。
Oh, he done fucked up by putting that idea in Shiro's head.
and then pause. It was at that moment he realized he fucked up.
Yes, exactly. Shiro's like, wait a second.
I can't let that happen. Even if the pain causes me to be brain dead, if I come to my senses, I tell myself I need to regain consciousness and stand up. My deeply rooted psyche is pointing to a certain place and telling me something.
正義の味方？誰も傷つかない世界だと？おかしなことを。誰も傷つかず幸福を保つ世界などない。
Dude, you don't know what you do. You do not know what you do.
人間とは犠牲がなくては生を謳歌できぬ獣の名だ。平等という綺麗事は闇を直視できぬ弱者のざれ事に過ぎぬ。雑種。お前の理想とやらは醜さを覆い隠すだけの言い訳に過ぎん。
I raised my arm, even though it shouldn't be able to move. My body is on the ground and my consciousness is on the brink of death. I raised my arm and to grab onto something, like I did on that fateful day. I don't know what's funny, but someone's laughing. The high-pitched laughter that assaults my ears sounded like sounded like everyone in the entire world is laughing. A fake wish, a borrowed ideal. That dream won't come true, someone sneers. Yeah, they're right. These thoughts of mine are borrowed. I just admired the wish to help someone because it was beautiful. There's nothing that can come from me. I was always driven by this curse-like obsession that my body needed to be for someone else. That's why it's fake. Such hypocrisy will save nothing in the end. First of all, I don't even know what needs to be saved. But I also feel that's beautiful. That concept did not come from me. I just saw someone save someone else and mimicked it. On that day, I was empty inside. Everyone died indiscriminately, and I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't suppress my terror at that sight, and was unraveling before me, and I had no choice but to resign myself to the fact that humans were weak. That's why That's why I admired that ideal. I cried at the preciousness of it because I didn't have it myself. Is that wrong? Is it fake because it's not my own feelings? Is it wrong that for that wish to come true if it's fake? No, I don't think it's wrong. I don't care if it's fake. Even if unattainable ideals just need to be fulfilled. Even unattainable ideals need to be fulfilled. It was a dream that couldn't be granted from the start, an unreachable utopia. Then, even if Shiro and Mia is a fake, the thing that is there is undeniably real. I know I can't save everything. I know that there's no salvation without sacrifice. Now that I'm an adult, I understand that's reality. You are not an adult, dude. You are a high schooler. You are not an adult. Despite knowing,
I would consider him an adult after all this shit, honestly.
yeah, true. Despite knowing that that such a thing was only an ideal, I continued to seek it. I continued to seek for it. It doesn't end when someone gets hurt. Even if the best outcome is for someone to get hurt in order to save many, I'm going to seek a version of happiness where nobody gets hurt. There's no justice in this world. The reality is that people keep dying for nothing. But I don't think resigning into that idea is right. And in the end, he reached that place, this place. What he believes, what he believed. He said they were all hypocrisy. But the one who said that followed through on his hypocrisy till the end. Knowing that I can keep going. Even if I borrowed his ideals, even if I'm going to stay a fake, I don't care. I don't have such complicated feelings that I have to worry about too much in the first place. I thought to myself on the Hill of Swords. If I could save just as the world that I can see, I'll fight for it. I didn't even have to think about it. My world is small. The small world is all I ever have been able to create. That's right. This body of mine is made of solid swords. Yeah, that's why I'll be able to endure most things. I can stick to my dreams until the very end. Even the wear and tear over the years. Even if at the end, none of what I sought was there. Oh yeah, hype music, let's go!
それだけのことじゃないか。
I get up. The moment I regain consciousness, my limbs move. Imagine how much of a shocker that is to Gilgamesh.
Yeah, Gil was like, how the fuck are you still moving? Like, I hit you with my most prized possession and you're still alive.
My body still moves after I get up with great force. It's a wonder I'm not only alive, but able to stand up after that sword's blow. But it doesn't matter. If I'm alive, there must be a reason why. It's something that I just have no control over. And Shiro right now is like, I lived, bitch.
Yeah, I don't know why I lived either, but I did, bitch.
出し惜しみそんだけ山ほど持っておいて今さら何を惜しむってんだ
I steady my breath while keeping my distance. I know how to do it now. I'm sure I can do it with Tosaka's backup. The problem then would be my casting time. I may have memorized it, but I don't know how fast I can get it to work for me unless I try.
今のは覇者にのみ許された剣だ。強が乗ったゆえ見せてやったが、本来雑種などに使うものではない。エアと打ち合う権利を持つ者はセイバーだけだ。
Imagine if he did manage to project Dia.
God, can you imagine how unbelievably pissed Gil would be?
That would be fucking nuts.
お前のような偽物に使ってはセイバーに合わせる顔がない。
Ah, you're joining in at the best part.
Oh, hey, Catmun. Glad you could join us. I'll pump up your volume too.
His volume should be fine. He just hasn't spoken yet.
I know what's coming.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I love it.
You came here right on time.
Yeah,
for
your timing is
the fun
impeccable.
thing.
Not a moment too
Yes.
soon.
You literally just missed the part where Emiya had his little... What was the word?
The epiphany.
Yes, that's the word.
I was actually here for that whole thing. I just only showed up now.
Okay.
Just let me fix up the collab thing right now, so you two aren't.
Oh, do you have my reactive, actually?
Yeah, I've got your reactive.
Oh, yeah, it's in there.
I got your reactives
Okay.
on there. I'm
All
just
right,
like
good stuff.
resizing it a bit so it doesn't take up too much of the game.
All right.
Self-actualize is this a hell of a self-actualization. Self-actualization is a hell of a drug.
God, right?
Numerous noble phantasms appear, but all of them are third-rate weapons. After seeing the sword that I just saw, the difference is obvious. But those weapons are still not to be taken lightly. Normally, they would be more than enough to kill me. The difference in our strength has not changed. Even though I miraculously survived the last attack, I'm no match against that servant and with just my projection.
ほう、真似事はおしまいか。ようやく無駄と分かったらしい。ならば潔く消えるがいい。偽物を作るその頭蓋、一片たりとも残しはせん。
The floating noble phantasms are deployed. And then a gust of blue wind intervenes between us.
セイバーか。
Gilgamesh instantly jumps back. Even Gilgamesh is cautious against Saber. Seeing as his swordsmanship is inferior, he probably wants to avoid hand-to-hand combat with Saber.
よかった。無事ですか、シロ。遅くなりました。あとは私が受け持ちます。シロは離れて。
No, you, actually.
私は俺一人で何とかできる。離れるのはそっちだ、セイバー。
What?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing.
And she's absolutely fucking bewildered.
And he's like,
I've
what
got
the
this,
fuck
babe.
did you just
You
say,
step
you
back."
little prick?
What?
何を言うのです、シロ。その体で彼の相手をすると。いえ、そもそも魔術師ではサーバントには太刀打ちできない。
ああけど俺とあいつだけは例外だ。信じろ。 俺はきっとあいつに勝てる。
Like, Saber is absolutely bewildered, and Gilgamesh is pissed.
I'll cut your tongue out, boy.
Saber is surprised because she believes what I'm
セ
saying.
イバーは境内の裏に急いでくれ。遠坂が一人で聖杯を止めてる。けどあれを壊せるのはセイバーだけだ。
A few seconds, no, not even a second passed. After she tightly closed her eyes once,
ご分を瓶は私が必ず。
she says exactly what I want to hear and steps away from Gilgamesh. The silver armor turns away. I call out to her just once.
お前を救うことが俺にはできなかった。
And I say it. I'm going to try tell her on behalf of the times I spent with her and the times he spent thinking of her.
あの聖杯はお前が望んでいるものじゃないと思う。だからよく見極めておくんだ。次は決して間違えないように。
Don't be too quick in destroying it. Again, let Shinji sweat it out a bit first.
Yes.
シロ、
ごめん、うまく言えない。俺はお前のマスターにはふさわしくなかったんだろう。だから
I couldn't even find out what she really wanted.
そんなことはない。シロは私のマスターだ。
That had so much meaning behind it.
Right?
セイバ
サーバントとして責務を果たしてきます。伝えたいことはその後に。
She runs off without turning back. Her gallant appearance is like a gust of wind. Saber left. Without the slightest doubt, she believed my word as when I said I would beat my opponent and left to save Tosaka. All right, let's go. We got the menu music, baby. From here on, there's no room for hesitation. All I need to do is defeat the enemy in front of me.
正気か貴様。ただ一つの勝機を逃し、あの小娘を助けさせるだと。たわけめ。自らを犠牲にする行為など全て偽りに過ぎぬ。それを未だ悟れぬとは、筋金の入った偽善者だ。ああ、それだけは称えてやろう、小僧。
I gotta wonder if he believes that if this is what he believes is in this incarnation of him, because of what happened with Enkidu.
Maybe. That could be a thing, yeah.
His noble phantasms deploy. There's less than 30 of them. If I want to block them, I just have to create them.
偽善者か。別にそういうのも悪くない。確かに俺はフェイカーだからな。
I raise one of my arms. We got one circuit. I closed one eye and turned my mind and to look within.
勘違いしてた。俺の剣聖っていうのは剣を作ることじゃないんだ。そもそも俺にはそんな器用な真似なんてできっこない。
That's right. Tosaka told me this. I can only use one kind of magecraft. Strengthening and projection are just byproducts of what I actually do.
そうだ。俺にできることはただ一つ。自分の心を形にすることだけだった。
And that's how I know Kingdom Hearts is light!
God.
I'm sorry I had to do it. I turn. I grab my outstretched arm and with my left hand and glare at Gilgamesh.
体は剣でできている。
Here it comes!
Here we go.
I say the spell.
Oh yes.
Casting is only a method of suggestion to change oneself. These words were naturally there to connect me.
そうか。よまいごとはそこまで。
Numerous novel phantasms get released. I create. That is why I had one eye open. I drag out a shield from the hill to block the oncoming noble phantasms.
Nice.
Reyes! The swarm of swords strike wildly. The shield is Shiro Amiya, myself. The seven-petal shield cracks, and my body chips away with every fracture.
血をは鉄で、心はガラス。
There is only one place I need to reach. The power that surges forth immediately fills me to capacity. What is he so surprised about? Is he shocked that his treasure can't even penetrate through my single shield? Okay, I gotta take a food break. Like,
What a time to break.
yeah. Today we witness Shira's awakening as a Kavadi. Anyway, I gotta take a food break, and if possible, I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right.
All right, I'm back. How long was it gone for? I think maybe around 20 minutes. Maybe less than that. You guys there?
I am. I don't know about him. He mentioned in the text chat. Well, I guess we'll move on. Maybe he'll get back to just in time. Is he shocked that his treasure can't even penetrate through my single shield? Or perhaps he's surprised by the rush of magical energy.
旅の戦場を越えて腐敗。ただの一度の敗走もなく、ただの一度の勝利もなし。
Oh yeah. This is how his incantation differs. It's going to break. The surging magical energy can't be suppressed. 10 units of magical energy filling a single magic circuit break the foundation to find release. My blood flows backwards. The shield is full of holes. Even if his noble phantasm cannot reach me, my body is full of holes already. My bottom is full of holes.
Oh god, why you got more than one?
And yet,
担い手はここに一人。剣の丘で鉄を打つ。
magical energy rages out of control, but I don't care. My body is a circuit that solely exists to use a certain magecraft, and that magecraft alone. So there should be something beyond that. There should be something beyond that if I can't make it with this circuit. No, even now it's there. It's not just visible. There were no circuit limitations from the very beginning. If what was preventing it was not a wall but darkness, if what was preventing it was not a wall but darkness, then the limits of somewhere beyond the darkness.
ならば、我が生涯に意味はいらず。
10 units of magical energy filling the single magical circuit breaks the foundation to find release. And I will use 100 circuits to make it 1,000 units of magical energy.
体は無限の剣でできていた。
He said the thing! I say its true name. In that instant, that's a lot of magical circuits right there. Everything shatters and regenerates. Like, I saw that sword over there, and my immediate thought was like a prototype of Galantine or some shit. Flames rush. The firewall becomes a wall that creates a boundary and changes the world. A wasteland follows. A hill with countless swords in disarray reveals itself before me. How does this place look to that guy? The Golden Servant simply stands there with a seething look on his face and confronts his enemy.
そうだ。剣を作るんじゃない。俺は無限に剣を内包した世界を作る。それだけがエミやシロに許された魔術だった。
A desolate world. A graveyard where there are no living creatures, only swords. In this world where swords get replicated just by looking directly at them, every sword in existence is here. This is Shiro Emiya's world, a reality marble. The greatest forbidden magecraft that materializes the caster's mental world. This is the heroic spirit of Miya's noble phantasm, the only weapon I possess. Everything is here, and nothing is here. Infinite sword creation, use reality marble. And we got a new servant thing, which means... Unlimited blade works, infinite sword creation. Rank E to A++. Type, nyeh. Range, nyeh. Max targets, nyeh. Special magecraft that Archer uses, known as a reality marble. It replicates its weapons and that he has visually recognized. However, replicated weapons are degraded by 1 rank. Defensive equipment can be replicated as well, but they require 2 to 3 times the magical energy of a typical projection. Everything is here and nothing is here.
That's why it's called Unlimited Blade Works. As someone who lived his whole life as a sword, this is the only definite and tangible answer he was able to obtain. Yeah, and reality marbles are taxing. That's why not everyone has them, if I recall. I take a step forward. Surrounding me are swords that were floating behind him earlier. I stretch out my arms. The swords stuck in the ground come out easily, as if accepting me as their wielder. Somewhere out of the concept of time, you have Jolter in the background going, "Fuck yeah!" I step forward. In front of me is the servant who possesses thousands of treasures. The enemy opens his gate and deploys numerous noble phantasms. I charge through the wasteland. Here, the two groups of swords begin their final clash. The first thing Saber sees after taking a detour in the temple ground and reaching the lake is a massive lump of meat. She is not like any other knight. She fought many kinds of monsters when she was called a hero. She has even fought Dragonkin, famed to be the strongest of phantasmal species. But even Saber can only falter at that lump of meat. It is not only because of how unsightly it is. It is because she can tell that the curse released from that shape, that lump of meat, is the same as herself. Or is it the power of the Holy Grail? She stares at the lump of meat, stunned and shakes her head. She runs to the lake and yells to the lump of meat. It's on the opposite shore. She is hesitant to enter the black mud inside the lake. It is not because it is unpleasant. Her instincts tell her that she cannot... Oh. I just recognized as... Oh, Fur had to hop out. Okay, so I'll increase your side as a bit Catmun, since you're the only one here.
Moving pains, what fun.
Jeez. Her instincts tell her she cannot touch it as a servant who is a half-spirit. She hears a voice calling. It is faint, but she hears her master's commands. She looks closely and searches around the lump of meat. She steps forward without hesitation. Saber's body stops. She retreats and stares at the lump of meat while readying her sword.
その泥に触れたらあなただってこうなるわよ。いいからセイバーはそこで宝具の準備をして、この塊はもうすぐ弾けるわ。その前に宝具でぶった切っちゃって。
But I'd appreciate it if you wait until I get off it first.
リンですが
She can tell that the lump of meat is about to hatch. The squirms turn into throbs, and the quantity of mud spat out continues increasing. The lake turns black, and the black mud is overflowing onto the ground. Overpowering onto the ground, yes. That thing is growing. The world's restraining power will be activated if that thing is left alone. It is natural for her to destroy it with her sacred sword before that happens. But to do that...
外に池にさえ出てしまえばあとは私が。
いいよね。オッケー、任せた。けどもし間に合わなかったら間に合う方を取って。セイバーとの契約は切れちゃうけど、シローが無事ならなんとかなるでしょ。
バカなことを。構いません。何に変わろうがこのような呪い蹴散らして。
Saber runs into the black mud, heading towards the lump of meat. But her body does not move. Her body stops just when she tries to go near the lake. Oh, is this the difference? Is it going to cause the difference between the true end and the good end? The fact that she's in the goop.
Lin, 令嬢。
Oh.
当然でしょ。聖杯を壊せる唯一の人材をむざむざ死なせるわけにはいかないもの。それに心配無用だってば。この程度簡単に振り切って逃げ出すから。セイバーはそこで大船に乗ったつもりで聖剣の準備をしてなさい。
The thoughts that she commands are full of composure as always. But needless to say, it is just a bluff. The lump of meat on the opposite shore. Her master is there. That is there. Has nowhere to run.
なんてね。まあ言うはやすしってやつだけど。
She murmurs while being surrounded by strange arms made of meat. The situation is hopeless. Shinjimoto is saved. She ripped off the blood vessels and nerves that had melted into his whole body and took him out of the lump of meat. One could say he's alive if one turns a blind eye to the after effects he may have. No, although he has fainted, one could say he is better off than the girl carrying him.
問題はその後か。そりゃ心臓取られちゃ暴れるわよね。シンジを返せば見逃してくれるかな、これ。
She slowly goes outside while staring at the tentacles blocking her way. But there is no exit. The tentacles are already blocking the way out of the lake. Even if she were to escape the tentacles that are trying to wrap around her and swallow her whole, she wouldn't be able to break through the part that has become a wall.
まず力が。
She almost falls along with Shinjimoto and holds out with all her might. Going past the cursed sea and crossing the floating island of meat, she even performed neurosurgery to separate Shinji Mato from the lump of meat. At that point, the girl's magical energy had even broken into the reserve tank that she had not used for a long time.
もうあのバカ遠慮なしで人の魔力持ってくんだからおかげでこっちはもうすっからかんじゃない
She bears the dizziness as she complains. And then, as if out of the blue, a useless goddess appeared. FGO players will know what I'm referencing there. She bears the dizziness as she complains. Of course she didn't mean it, she was just saying that. Besides, things wouldn't change even if she had magical energy left. The tentacles surrounding the girl have stopped because her prey is docile. Their prey is docile. Once they figure out that the thing that has invaded their body is poisonous, they take immediate action. Rin Tosaka and Shinji Mato are alive because she does not have enough magical energy left for them to prey on.
けどここまでかないい加減立ってるのもつらく
Her vision grows hazy. Although she is able to get a foothold, that does not change how she is still on mud. Heat is encroaching on her nerves by the second. If she falls onto the platform of meat, she herself will become the core of the Holy Grail this time. Before that,
ごめんねセイバー言うこと聞かないだろうから無理やり聞かせる
there is one command spell left. That is enough to make Saber standing on the opposite shore use her sacred sword.
あとあんたにも謝っとかないと信じ助けられなか
いいから走れ。そのような泣き言、聞く耳持たん。
Her body that's about to collapse stops. That voice. Are the thoughts coming to her mind instead of her are the thoughts coming to her mind instead of her ears? Those of the servant that she had made a contract with? She has no time to be bewildered. I just clicked in my head as to why this happened. It's because it's a grave enough situation that the counterforce has to get involved. She knows this personality well. He told her to run, so she must have done something that she wouldn't be able to escape from if she didn't run. She runs through. The arrows that rain from the sky are like a downpour. She smashes everything that gets in her way, whether it is a net, platform, or tentacles of meat. She has no time to look back. She runs with all her might while carrying Shinji Mato. She jumps into the lake. The arrows have swept the way for her escape route. In just a short time, the black mud is repelled, and only dirty water leads to the shore. She runs across the lake while carrying Shinji Mato. She runs to the shore, soaking wet with latent energy that shocks even her. You okay, Catmun?
Huh?
You okay?
What, am I doing something?
No, you were just really quiet.
I tend to be on mute like 90% of the time.
Her magical energy replied to the screaming voice. There's no need to check. The golden sword is raised, and with overwhelming firepower, mows down everything in sight. The mountain of meat is cut in half and collapses. The black mud evaporates, as the band of the black mud evaporates, and the band of light changes the lake itself into a flat wasteland. Counterforce rolling in with an artillery barrage because you couldn't handle it, and does not care if you're in its way. Yeah, that's pretty much what that was. It is a rapid stream of light that eliminates everything. In the midst of that, the sword's been accepted the end of her battle.
これで終わり。私の戦いはここまでです。
Who was that addressed to? The wielder of the sacred sword goes to her knees and gazes at the light with a flood of emotions. The crumbling Holy Grail, the thing that she sought, the thing that was supposed to save her. She destroyed it with her own hands, and the King of Night has finally realized her mistake. One boy and one hero. That man who had become twisted at the end of his ideal that he held for a long time was still a boy. His regrets are so heavy that they cannot be carried. And his sins are so deep that they cannot be atoned for. But there was something that he did not give up. At the very end, the Knight in Red has reached an answer that no one can affect. Then she has to move forward as well. In her last moment, wounded, she took her hands off her sword. She will run past that hill with her own will. The sacred sword fades. There is still no magical energy left. She can stay in this world if she pushes herself. If possible, she wanted to watch over what awaits them until the end. Oh, that's... I get it. I get it. I didn't get this before, but this is basically just, her deciding... This is basically where the saber point ends come in. If you have three saber point ends as well as 9 Rin points, and some... you got the good ending, and so she decides not to go. The knight's body continues to fade until it vanishes, engulfed by the light. Like a graceful gust of wind, the king who sought the Holy Grail sets off for the Hill of Destiny without leaving a single memory behind. Back to the main battle. I matched the repeated attack from the longsword with a longsword. Swords offset each other with the fragments that are sent flying into the atmosphere. The handle of a curved sword appears behind him. But I'm faster. I pull out the curved sword at his feet and swing it straight at him.
Gilgamesh retreats. I close the distance at once, pull out the sword, and slash at him. I match my sword to the rapid successions of noble phantasms. Oh, I almost forgot. I just wanted to activate Robin's stream in the background. I'm not thinking. My body and mind will stop if I stop. If I keep moving forward now, the instant I see his noble phantasm, I reel in the same one that I have at hand, and strike him down with all my might. The sounds of clashing swords echo through the area. He cannot handle my attack and has to destroy my weapon with his. That will be the cause of his defeat. Having over 1,001 noble phantasms, he is the greatest heroic spirit without a doubt. But he is no more than an owner. He is not a wielder who only has one noble phantasm, but is able to use that to its fullest He's not a wielder who only has one noble phantasm, but is able to use that to its fullest potential. If the opponent has another servant, and I would not be able to match them even if I made a world like this. And my opponent was another servant. Even if I have infinite swords, I can't beat an enemy who has a single ultimate noble phantasm. I'm sure Gilgamesh would be able to, but I don't have enough physical ability to. Therefore, the only servant that I can close in on is this man. If we have the same ability and are both owners, I'll go a step ahead of him, since I already have swords prepared. Gilgamesh raises his arm. The hilt that appears behind him is that demonic sword, the only sword that does not exist in this world. I swing my twin swords. I immediately draw Khonshu and Bakuya and cut off of his arms as it reaches for his magical sword. The weapons come to a halt. He loses his best sword and is left completely defenseless. My body acts before I can think. With victory assured, my arms and legs drive me into the King of Hero space, even more sharply to slice his body in two. He jumps back. Gilgamesh retreats, barely dodging my twin swords. Gilgamesh admits his defeat and tries to retreat. I'll lose if he regains composure. I have to settle the match at this moment before this heat cools down. He must have realized that he would not be able to escape, as he pulls out the noble phantasm from behind him with his remaining arm. But I'm faster. Meanwhile, I'll surely... Our voices overlap. That change is instant. The flash of light coming from the lake eliminates the hill of swords.
The massive magical energy wiped away the already disappearing reality marble. That's fine. The match is settled. I can defeat the servant by swinging these twin swords. But after that, a black hole. A round void big enough to swallow a human whole appears before me on Gilgamesh's body. Gilgamesh looks down at his own body, appalled. His body is being swallowed. The golden servant is being swallowed up by the hole that is open inside him. I'm guessing that's a reaction because remember in the Fate route, he admitted to bathing in the black mud, and that's how he was able to stick around for so long. Did he want to say wait? The void mercilessly swallows the servant. There was no way for him to escape. The void was open and in his own body after all. There's no way he can escape from something that is in his body. I stand there, dumbfounded. The void in front of me gets smaller by the moment. I don't know what this is, but it seems like Tosaka and Saber were able to destroy the Holy Grail. My only guess is that this black void appeared from that effect, and then he vanished. Everything is over. The twin swords disappear. The magical energy occupying my body rapidly fades, and at the same time, fatigue assails me. Wild Talent, Deathstrike of a matter, Prime is nothing to sneeze at, clearly. I want to see how Tosaka is doing right away, but my body won't move. Well, I'm sure she's doing fine since Saber went to her. I can rest a bit. At the moment, I take a deep breath. Fuck's sakes! A chain wraps around my arm. My breath stops. The chains that is mercilessly wrapped around my arm pulls me towards the black hole. I put strength in my limbs and I can't resist at all. My feet slide toward the void along with the very ground they are planted on. The thing crawling from the void was definitely him. But that body is melted here and there. That void must melt anything it swallows. I try to pull the chain off of me, but it doesn't budge. This chain restrained even Berserker. It's not something that I can take off no matter how hard I try. I'm getting drawn in. I'll be swallowed like him if I go near that void. I don't wanna! He's so arrogant, even in a situation like this. But what should I do? I can't get the chain off no matter what I do. I'll fall into the void along with him like this. Even if I hold out, he'll pull himself out by then. He'll pull himself out then. It means I'm going to die either way. Okay, this is a this is the final bad end of this route. So double save and check our thing. Oh no, it's not. Oh no. I'm mistaken. And we get a new scene, and if we met the requirements for the good end, which I don't think we did. I think we got the end of a dream. Let me check the flowchart. Yeah, we got end of a dream. So bullshit, I'm not going that easily. I feel dizzy. My body can't hold out any longer. I'm going to die. I can't endure it in the very end. Then I can't endure it anyway. Then if I can't endure it anyway, should I loosen up? If I do so, I should at least be able to push him back into that void. I re-energize my weakened limbs. Will my arm tear off first, or will his chain ripple first? Or will he crawl out first? It doesn't matter. I'll fight until the very end and die a flashy death. I turn around immediately and look at the temple grounds in the distance, which has become a wasteland. Something flies by as if brushing past me. I'm sorry, that face. The chain comes off. In the end, looking like he saw something unexpected, he lets go of the chain of the heavens. Bye-bye. I fall on my butt. The void shrinks to the size of my palm and vanishes as I look on, dumbfounded. Unable to even stand, I look at the wasteland behind me. Dawn is near. The one with the rising sun behind him is the knight wearing a red cloak. I subconsciously complain, but I can't help but smile happily. I have nothing I want to say, so I keep quiet so I can sleep. The golden ground that has become a wasteland. Seeing the knight stand there and Tosaka running to him, I lie down on the ground. Tosaka should say everything I want to say to him on my behalf. So I'll sleep for now. I'm sure we'll end up fighting if we see each other again, and I'm not used to saying farewell to myself. And for the final time, I engrave my ideal into my mind so that I don't forget it and slowly close my eyes. The ground that he stands on is similar to the wasteland that I saw before. There's nothing around. There's nothing extra on the summit where everything was blown away. The battle has ended. The battle for the Grail has ended, and the curtain is about to fall on the battle as well. He does not know how long it was, but the accumulated wish that should have bound him forever is gone now. The end quickly permeates into him and melts this era's version of his body. She looks towards the voice calling him. He looks towards the voice calling him. That girl does not have the spare energy to run, but she runs to him, breathing unsteadily. He quietly watches her. The girl that ran up to him looks up at the knife, still breathing unsteadily. The red cloak flowing in the wind and shows no trait of what it used to be. Also, goddamn, he is so much bigger than her. I mean, he's an adult and she's still a teenager. That's fair enough, but still. It is torn everywhere, and his armor is cracked and broken. His existence is weak. Night that stands still with haughtiness, just like the night that stands still with haughtiness, just like the time they first met, starts to disappear from his feet up. Dawn approaches in the distance. The golden sun rises faintly from the horizon.
残念だったな。そういうわけだ。今回の采配は諦めろ、ディン。
He does not have anything special to say. The Red Knight says a trivial thing like that. That gets the girl all the more. With that body that was about to disappear, the night was the same night as before. An ally that she trusted and ran through the night with, who had her back while making sarcastic remarks. She can declare that those memories were fun, looking back at them. And they are still in front of her, unchanged. He remained to save her at that last moment. He lost his master and withstood the noble phantasm of the King of Heroes. His body was disappearing, but he didn't ask for help and watched over their battle. At the end, that end is in front of her. The girl can't think of what she should say. It is always like that for her at the most crucial times. She loses her quick-wittedness when she needs it the most. The knight smiles slightly. He knew for that from the start. The girl's clumsiness is a memory more fond than anything to the knight in red. She looks up at the knight, annoyed.
いや、失礼。君の姿があんまりにもあれなものでね。お互い、よくもここまでボロボロになったと呆れたのだ。
He still has a smile even as he banters. She gets a lump in her throat from seeing his fate is free of regrets. She wonders if it's okay. The moment she wonders if it's okay for him to disappear like this. She says those words that she shouldn't say.
それはできない。リンがサイバーと契約を続けるのかは知らないが、私にその権利はないだろう。それに、もう目的がない。私の戦いはここで終わりだ。
His answer has no doubt, and his will is pure. His face is as bright as the sunrise, and how can she force him when he's making a face like that? be saved. The girl swallows her words and looks down. That is not something the girl should say, and it wouldn't be granted even if she kept the night in this world.
参ったな。この世に未練はないが。
It's troubling to have this girl cry. For him, the girl had to be positive, realistic, and indulgent. He was always encouraged by her. That's why he wanted this girl to be her usual self until the very end. The girl looks up at the sound of his voice. Her face is trying to hold back her tears. Her face trying to hold back her tears is adorable. Rather than expressing the slight attachment that he feels, he looks at the collapsed boy in the distance.
私を頼む。知っての通り、頼りないやつだからな。君が支えてやってくれ。
The knight says objectively, "Those are words of farewell. The future might change. If a girl like Kura stayed by Shiro Mia's side, then the hero named Mia will not be born." His dissonant words contain much hope. But even if that were to happen, even then, the knight in red that already exists will forever be a guardian. He and the boy are different existences. They only have the same starting point, and he was an illusion that the boy dreamt of. There is no salvation available for this knight anymore. There is nothing to give him, and he has already died and become a phenomenon. The girl nods in spite of that. Because she cannot give him anything, she'll give him the biggest smile in the end. He asks her to take care of him, in order to answer the trust that he put in her.
分かってる。私頑張るから。あんたみたいにひねくれたやつにならないよう頑張るから。きっとあいつが自分を好きになれるように頑張るから。だからあんたも。
Forgive yourself. She doesn't put it into words. The girl looks up at the disappearing knight with a flood of emotions. How much salvation did that bring? After the engraving, the girl smiling into his memory with pride.
答えは得た。大丈夫だよ、遠坂。俺もこれから頑張っていくから。
I like how he looks like Shiro here. Here they put his hair down here. I guess that's supposed to symbolically show his change in attitude. And then he went on to become a mom servant. A breeze. The knight finally rests his wounded body without waiting for the girl's reply.
なんだ。結局文句言い損ねちゃったじゃない。
Forever consigned to the house of in the future. He wishes he wipes her. Bleh. She wipes her tear as they well up and says to the man who is no longer there. That voice is invigorated, and she gains her visual stout-heartedness. It is only natural. She doesn't have the time to be down after he made a face like that. She says farewell to the wasteland where the knight stood, and the girl runs down to the collapsed boy. In the golden sunlight, his smile as he disappears was just like the boy from the past. And my voice cracked. Epilogue. Sometimes I recall that sword fight. The spark of clashing swords, the hustling and intense spirit. The many attacks were experienced, not something that one could call a sword dance. We were both clumsy and didn't know of retreat. The ridiculous sounds of swords were annoying, and I had no memory of them. At that time, I lost an answer and found an answer at the same time. A plus and minus make zero. Nothing was changed after all. He's him and I'm me. I'm just dreaming of his fading memories. It's only been a month, but it already feels so nostalgic. It feels like it happened so long ago. The memory of it is fading by the day, and I can't even remember what the person I was fighting looked like. That also can't be helped. That was something that was impossible from the start. It's not like either of us believed that the fight would change anything. We just tried to attack our own shadow to ascertain ourselves. That's why there was nothing we would gain from winning. Something like that has been stuck from the start and won't go away. It's the end if you lose, and there is no prize if you win. Man, it really didn't pay off. But I can still recall if I close my eyes. The echoing sounds of unrefined metals. A distant and blinding sword fight that did not know of retreat. It was our beliefs that clashed with each other. I opposed my own ideals to carry out my hope. The outcome is still undecided. I don't know which one. I don't know which one won or which one remained. It should be a while until the answer comes out. An illusion like a mirage that disappears if one turns around. Just using the reverberation as a guide, my feet will eventually reach this place.
Hora, 起きんかったわけ。みな集会に向かったぞ。学校に来ていながらボイコットするつもりか貴様。
My body is being shaken. The voice brings my sleeping mind back to reality. I lift my face from my desk and stare at my classmate's face.
なぜなどない。ここは教室で。今日は2年最後の日で。時刻は終業式10分前だ。姿が見えぬからもしやと探しに来れば本当に居眠りしていると呆れたぞ。
I don't know if he is panicking or if he's mad, but it's rare for Issei to be yelling. It is only Issei and me in the classroom. It's 9:50 a.m. The end of term assembly is from 10 a.m., so everyone must have gone to the gymnasium.
もしきちんと目が覚めているか、エミヤ。
今ので完全に目が覚めた。サンキュー、イッセイ。起こしに来てくれて助かった。
分かればよろしい。だが礼は後だ。急がねば間に合わん。お前と俺が欠席とあっては、藤村先生がどんな暴れっぷりを示すか見当もつかんからな。
了解。明日から休みだっていうのに無茶な課題出されたらクラスのみんなに顔向けできない。藤姉をおとなしくさせるのは任された。
頼むぞ。これ以上宿題が増えれば皆に顔向けができないどころか間違いなく呪われる。
How much homework does she give? That's a scary way to put it, but it's frightening how it's the truth. Like, what is it? 1 hour of homework if you call her Taiga? 2 if you piss her off even more? Last summer, the amount of extra homework we got after we made Fujini mad was insane. I was joking! It wasn't even English homework. I don't know what she was thinking when she told us to enter some competition anywhere in the country and win a medal.
エミヤ、急げと言っとろうが。
あれ、すぐ行く。
I should hurry to the gymnasium for now. It takes 3 minutes if we run here to the gymnasium. We should be able to get there 5 minutes before if no teacher finds us.
いや、それはダメだ。廊下を走るのはいかん。
That was naive of me. As I expected of the student council president, he's really committed, as he's still following the rules even in this situation.
ただ、一斉。けど、歩いてたら間に合わないぞ。
走らぬ程度に急ごう。何 ?1 分前だろうがなんだろうが、間に合いさえすれば言い訳は立つ。
I nod and walk faster. It's mid-March, but the sky that I see out the window is amazingly blue. The Yuki city has long winters, but it seems like spring is finally around the corner. The days went by quickly. It's been a month since the Holy Grail War, and the town is back to the normal Fuyuki city. The Holy Grail was destroyed, and most of the damage caused by the masters was taken care of by the church. The person that came to substitute for Kyrie Kotamine was old but energetic, and everything was settled efficiently. But the traces of the war are still left here and there. So Ichiro Kazuki, who chose to fight as a master, is considered missing. Issei was sad that Kazuki, whom he respected as an older brother, was gone, but he just laughed it off. But what surprised me was Fujini, since it turns out that they often drank tea together. She confessed that she wanted to have a match with him at least once, so it seems like she saw through the fact that Kazuki was a master of martial arts. Shinji's life was saved by Tosaka, and he's currently in the hospital. Apparently, the hospital is part of the Mages Association, and his body is recovering. Sakura is busy visiting Shinji, so she's been showing up only on weekends this past month. I went to go snoop on them once, but they were getting along so well that I thought that I was seeing things. I don't know if whatever was possessing him went away from that incident, or if he's just energetic from the runes. Okay, so this gave, admittedly, this gave me a little respect for Shinji. A little bit, a little iota of respect for Shinji. Because, of course, Magic now has insider... Magical NWO has insiders in the hospital. Where else would they get their bodies? Fair. Yeah, but this is why I gained a little bit of respect for Shinji. Because he does show he has the potential to change. It's just that every other time we see him, he's a piece of shit. Either way, the Shinji that I saw being taken care of by Sakura was sarcastic but sincere, and he's acting more like the Shinji that I first met. If only it didn't take a near-death experience for him to start changing. If it works, it works. Saber is not here anymore. After she destroyed the Holy Grail, she left the world as a servant. The moment she destroyed the Holy Grail with her own hands, she must have been released from whatever was binding her. It's frustrating that I didn't get to say goodbye, but I should be glad that she's released from her fixation on the Holy Grail. If I'm able to see her again, I want to thank her as much as I can. And finally, the most important person. We get down to the first floor on our way to the corridor towards the gymnasium.
あら生徒会長、こんな時に校舎の見回り？それとも各部室の手入れかしら？毎度のことで言い飽きたけど、そういうところ本当にマメなのね。
We run into the one representing the students at the assembly instead of the student council president, and as she comes out of the teacher's office.
こちらもその言い回しには飽き飽きだ。たまには違う憶測を立ててみろ。それとも貴様、よもやわざと繰り返しているのではあるまいな。
I mean, it's Rin, so probably yeah. Issei glares at Tosaka.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。何？今まで気づいてなかったの？リュウド。そうなんだ。もう少しユーモアのある人だと思ったけど、本当に堅物だったのね。ごめんなさい。今まで親愛の情を込めて同じ挨拶をしていたけど、あなたには分かりづらかったんですね。
何が親愛だ。お前に向けられる親愛など覚えがない。行くぞエミヤ。メギツネに構っていては死に遅れる。
Issei sure doesn't get along with Tosaka. Well, I feel the same way, so I'm in no position to feel any sympathy. And our eyes meet as I pass by Tosaka. We decide that we would act normally when there are others around. I naturally ignore Tosaka and follow Issei. However,
おはようエミヤくん。今朝も元気そうで嬉しいわ。
that face! I don't know what she didn't like, but she embraces my arm and puts on a big smile. My mind goes blank. We have been seeing each other every day, but this is the first time we've touched each other like this in a month. I desperately try not to blush and resist Tosaka's touch.
冗談よ。けど嬉しいのは本当よ、エミヤくん。そうだ、式が終わって生徒会の手伝いが済んだら一緒に帰りましょう。私、あなたが来るまでずっと教室で待ってるから。
Tosaka just emphasizes on keep on waiting. It puts emphasis on keep on waiting.
何を口にするか貴様。とっととその腕を離さんが。
No one in this series is straight.
Jealous?
何って、リュウド君には関係ないでしょ。
Yeah, like I said, no one in the series is straight. Not a single fucking one.
それじゃあ失礼。生徒会長に代わって挨拶をしなくちゃいけないから、私も忙しいの。
Tosaka leaves with the noisy footsteps of a victor.
どういうことだエミヤ。貴様、あのメギツネとどういう関係だ。
Well, you see, a lot of stuff happened and we ended up boinking. Which we didn't boink in this version.
大体 遠坂と知り合いになったってのはかなり前に言ったと思うが。
Quote unquote.
So let's be honest, the only reason we didn't is because Twitch would get mad.
悪いことは言わんが手を切れと忠告したはずだ。そうか、弱みだな。あいつに弱みを握られたのか、エミヤ。
ああ、まあ弱みといえば弱みは握られてる。
やはりそうか。くそ、己遠坂、もはや捨ておけん。相談しろエミヤ。今すぐ白状しろエミヤ。二人で手を合わせて今日こそあのメギツネに仏罰を下してやるのだ。
Issei shakes my shoulders.
一世、時間、終業式始まるぞ。
みじんも構わん。どうせ初めは気圧のざれ言。少々遅れた方が精神衛生上よかろう。
The student council president is still shaking my shoulders. Issei is usually calm, but he is a different person when it involves Tosaka. Tosaka must be his natural enemy, but...
悪い一世、士気が上がっているところすまないが、俺じゃ遠坂をどうにもできない。やっつけに行ったら逆にやっつけられる。その悪いことは言わないから、あいつには近づかない方がいい。
エミヤにしては後ろ向きな発言。まさかそれほどの弱みを握られているというのか。
Boner.
残念ながらそんなわけなんで、遠坂大治は一世一人に任せる。辛い戦いだとは思うが、俺の分まで頑張ってくれ。
そうか、わかった。安心しろエミヤ。より良い学園生活のためだ。何としても遠坂の化けの皮を剥いで失脚させる。メギツネめ、運動系の部活動を束ねて何やら企んでいるようだが、あと1年もすれば生徒会も盤石だ。本当の勝負はそれからよ。
The student council president laughs fearlessly. Oh, but Issei, we'll all be graduating in a year. The end of term assembly ends, and the school starts to calmly lose its liveliness. Spring break has started. Most of the students have left with a smile, and the athletic clubs are already starting their training camp today. There aren't many students left in the building. All the classrooms are empty, and all that is left in the hallway is the redness of the sunset.
やっと終わったわね。一世のやつ、最後までシローに手伝わせるんだもの。あれ、絶対嫌がらせよ。
An empty classroom. Tosaka smiles and said, so as soon as she sees me in the 2A classroom tinted by the sunset.
遠坂がおかしなことするからだろ。そっちが余計なこと言わなきゃ、もっと早く解放されてたんだ。
I enter the classroom complaining. I wonder why I feel so restless in other rooms, even though they all in other classrooms, even though they all look the same.
何よ、私のせいだっていうの？シローは。
半分は間違いなくな。いいか、いきなり仲良くなると変に思われるから、3年まで知らないふりしようって言ったのも遠坂だろ。なのに、なんであんなことしたんだよ。
今日で2年も終わるんだから、ちょっとぐらいフライングしてもいいじゃない。
In other words, the tsundere kicked in.
だいたいね、無視するにしたって他に方法があるでしょ。昼休みにすれ違うのならいざ知らず、私たちしかいなかったんだから、目配せの一つぐらいするのが筋ってものよ。
I don't know what she is upset about, but Tosaka complains while looking the other way. Is it because of the classroom during the sunset? That gesture that I'm used to seeing looks so fresh and cute that it makes me admire her.
らい物だけど飲むか。
I offer her the orange juice pack that is distributed to students who help clean up.
もらうもらう。やった。シロってこういうところは気が利くのよね。
She accepts the juice pack and takes a sip out of the straw. She's still sitting by the window. Tosaka is looking down at the campus as if looking at something bright. I follow her example and look down at the campus while sipping. It must be the track team running. Our athletics department is really lively, even though it's spring break starting tomorrow.
ねえ、エミヤくん。昔陸上部にいなかった？
Then Tosaka suddenly asks me something strange.
陸上部？いや、俺は昔から弓道部だけど。
そっか。まあそういうこともあるわよね。夕焼け見てたら思い出しちゃった。
Oh yeah, she got the idea that we were once in the track team because she saw us trying to do the high jump. Telling me to forget about it, Tosaka sips her orange juice. I'll forget it if she tells me to. When she calls me Amiya instead of Shiro, half of the time she's making a sarcastic remark, and the other half is when she is saying something important. I'm sure this one was the latter. After a month of her grueling magecraft course, I'm starting to finally notice Tosaka's
に
habits.
してもあっという間だったな。聖杯戦争が終わって、シロが私に弟子入りしてもう1ヶ月か。なんかこの分じゃ1年なんてすぐに過ぎ去るわね。
It's been a month since I started learning magecraft from Tosaka in the hopes of becoming stronger. I've been putting on hard work and tossed around by Tosaka's malicious nature, so it was a whirlwind, but it went by quickly. This past month seemed long, but it felt fast. So then a year might go by as quick as spring break.
1年か。その頃にはこの学校ともお別れだな。
そうね。この教室は今日限りの教室で、4月になったら新しい教室になる。それと同じで、1年後には違う場所に行くことになるんでしょうね。
Tosaka holds her knees blankly and looks out the window, still looking down at the campus.
違う場所か。
I wonder what I'll be doing when I graduate a year from now. No, I don't even have to think about it. What I must do doesn't change. I just need to make my ideal come true, just like he believed. Well, and I have one other goal that's just as big right now, but I don't want to think about it too much since it's irritating.
ねえ、エミヤくんは卒業したらどうするの？やっぱりお父さんの後を継ぐの？
いや、そうだけど、後を継ぐっていうより早く一人前になりたい。そうじゃ。
へえ、かっこつかないって誰に？
いや、そうだけど、後を継ぐっていうより早く一人前になりたい。そうじゃないとかっこつかないだろ。
Sorry, I always have to backtrack if I accidentally skip over dialogue, because voice actors put a lot of work into this stuff, you know. This is it. In other words, the other goal now is to make her admit defeat.
別にいいだろ。とにかく俺の急務は一人前になることで、そのために遠坂に弟子入りしたんだ。あと1年よろしく頼む。
あら、ずいぶんと強気ね。あと1年で一人前になろうだなんて。私、10年ぐらいは覚悟して師匠役を引き受けたんだけど。そっか、エミヤくんはあと1年でいいんだ。
10年？それは嬉しいけど。いや、そうじゃなくて、 えらく気の長い話じゃないか、それ。1年ならともかく、10年なんて、遠坂も疲れるだろう。
Medic trying to teach an apostle how to Hermie is both sides gonna be suffering for a while.
別にエミヤ君の目標が一人前になることと同じで、私のしたいこともあなたを早く一人前にすることだもの。頭の中じゃちゃんと計画立ってるわよ。なんなら紙にして渡そっか。
いや、
That's... I shouldn't have asked for more, but...
けど
I couldn't have asked more, but...
エミヤ君、お父さんの後を継ぐんでしょ。なら卒業した後もずっとこの町にいるってことよね。
そうだけど、そういう遠坂はどうするんだよ。遠坂の家は冬木の管理人なんだろ？
私は卒業したらロンドンに行くけど、今回の件で魔術協会から推薦も取ったし、試験なしで入学させてくれるらしいわ。
ロンドンって魔術協会の総本山のあのロンドン？
ええ、冬木の町じゃ限界があるし、5年ぐらいは時計塔で勉強しようかなって。父さんもそうだったって言うし、魔術師として一人前になりたいなら最高学府に行くのは当然じゃない？
I'm surprised. It's so sudden that my eyes get wide and my head becomes empty. For Tosaka, who was a legitimate mage, that much is natural. I finally realized the difference in our position, and that I hadn't thought about it until now.
ロンドンか。それすごいことなんだよな。
それは微妙じゃないかしら。悔しいけど私本人の力を認められての正体じゃないわ。父さんの功績もあるし、今回の件だって単に最後まで残ったからだし。
She says it casually, but it must be impressive after all. But London, huh? That's indeed a bit too far. And just like my old man who wasn't a part of the Mages Association, I'm also not good with formal stuff like that.
でもそれを言うならエミヤ君にだって資格はあるわ。私が推薦すれば入学試験ぐらいは受けさせてもらえると思うけど。
But I might be able to move there at least. I can start working more, studying English, saving up enough for the flight to Britain, and about a month worth of living expenses, and find a job over there.
エミヤ君にとって教会は敵地だから乗り気はしないだろうけど、時計塔ならちゃんとした道具も揃ってるし、修行にはもってこいよ。でも固有結界は秘密にしないとダメだから、あくまで基礎力の試験になるのか。1年で足りるかな、時間。
Oh shit, it's back.
What? Oh, hey, welcome back, Fur.
Here. But, so I take it that you're playing the Heaven's Feel route now?
No, we're still in the ending of UBW.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, really? Shit, I didn't remember it going for so long.
And we are also going for the good ending.
Unfortunately, we missed the mark just a little bit.
I know, I
Okay,
missed
so you
Mark
have some
intentionally. I have a save file further back for getting on to the route for the good ending.
Okay, nice.
And it won't take that long to get through it, because I can just make a lot of the same choices I did during this playthrough, with the one exception of getting the third saber point. And you'll be and with this version you can actually choose to skip scenes that you've read before.
Okay, so it's not just like the text skip. You can actually skip entire scenes.
Yeah, and for this version they've also added this this handy
That
flowchart.
is so helpful. I wish that the original version had that.
Yep, you can see every single scene and you missed on each route.
I don't know if you've ever heard of 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, or Virtue's Last Reward, but
I've
the
heard-
original versions of...
I've heard of them.
Okay, yeah, the original versions of them didn't have a route tree either, so that was a huge problem with trying to play them. And then, like, the Steam re-releases actually had them, so that it's just having a route tree helps so fucking much.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, shame it's a new innovation. My goodness.
Right? It should really have been a thing from the start.
You know what the funny thing is? It did appear in a game before on the in the PS2, but it wasn't even a visual novel.
Really?
Yeah, there was a flowchart in Onimusha 2.
Onimusha of all things?
Yeah, because Onimusha 2 had sort of like social links, so things sort of. There are multiple characters, and depending on what you do, depending on what you do, certain characters will show up in different scenes. So that's kind of nuts.
This is Onimusha 1?
Onimusha 2.
Oh, okay.
No. Even if I hypothetically rented an apartment there, I don't know what kind of place the clock tower is, and I'm sure Tosaka will get even busier. In that case, I should study on my own and go see her once I become a proper mage. Yeah, that's right. First of all, London isn't even suited for me. I bet I'll faint if I go there and it's filled with people like Kotamine.
Listen, Kirei was an outlier.
Yes.
ちょっと人の話聞いてる？エミヤくん。
なんか言ってたのか、トサカ。
Tosaka goes quiet with a clouded expression. Then, as she takes a deep breath with a serious
言
expression,
い忘れてたんだけど、私は遠坂の後継者として招かれてるの。つまり一人前の魔術師としてちゃんとした一人部屋をもらえるってこと。
Nepotism, the power.
she says something that doesn't make sense.
だから一人前の魔術師として認められているの。そうなると弟子の一人や二人はいて当然でしょ。ほら向こうじゃ派閥争いもあるっていうし、一人ぐらいは弟子を連れて行ってもいいんだって。
Tosaka glances at my face.
それは。
Even if I'm thick-headed, I can tell what Tosaka is trying to say. In other words,
そうよ。世話係としてなら身内一人ぐらいは無条件で連れて行けるみたい。それなら試験を受けることもないし、学費も何もかも免除になるわ。
nepotism!
まあ扱いは教会の学徒だけど、教会には属さないっていうそんな役回りになっちゃうんだけど。
Color returns to my mind and that went white. No, I force color back into it and mobilize it. What Tosaka is saying, I rack my brain and absorb myself into weighing my options that I have a year from now. I must look funny being flustered as Tosaka is giggling.
なんだよ。俺は別にお前の言葉に踊らされてるんじゃなくてだな。
言いたいことはそれだけ。私はロンドンに行くけど。
She looks softly at me. Tosaka looks at me with a mischievous expression.
ねえ、シローはどうするの？
She gently asked me, as if seeing through my heart. My face turns red in an instant. Her words and behavior alone blows away my trivial humility and dislike towards the association. This is what I mean by Tosaka knowing my weakness. Falling for her is a weakness that I haven't been able to deal with for a long time.
あら、突然だんまり？
You technically won't be a part of the you technically won't be a part of the association, but something tells me that would sit better in your mind anyway, and we know what they're like. Yep. I haven't heard.
あら、突然だんまり？私、答えを聞いてないんだけどな。
She keeps smiling mischievously. She knows that what my answer is, yet she pursues the attacks mercilessly.
だから俺は
London is honestly too far, but I can't imagine learning magecraft from anyone other than Tosaka. More than that, I wasn't even thinking of parting with Tosaka. Most of all, I want to be with Tosaka.
もう大事なことなんだからはっきり聞かせなさい。世話係になっちゃうけど、私と一緒に行ってくれる？
うるさいバカバカバカバカ大事なことならもっとちゃんとした場所で言えってんだ。いきなり言われて口にできるか。
Shiro's gone full tsundere. I don't know what will happen to me if I stay like this, so I look away from Tosaka. I still feel her presence through my back. Tosaka happily watches me sweat.
ね、シロ。答えは？
A gentle voice like a whisper. I give up. What if, was it this hard just to reply and nod honestly? But I can't look back at Tosaka unless I say it clearly.
バカそんな分かりきったこと聞くな。
I look at Tosaka just with my eyes and tell her my true feelings to the best of my ability. Tosaka's smile widens just from those words.
じゃあこれからもよろしくね、エミヤくん。あなたが一人前になるまで遠慮なく鍛えてあげるから覚悟なさい。
そっちこそ言っとくけど本気にしたぞ。こうなったら一人前になるまでちゃんと面倒見てもらうからな。
もちろん。シロを真人間にして思いっきりハッピーにするのが私の野望なんだから。ロンドンに連れてくぐらいで値を上げられちゃたまらないわ。
And then she became a useless goddess. I don't know where her previous cuteness went. Tosaka said with their confident smile and jumps off the desk. The sun should set soon. Spring break will end, and it'll become April, and another year should pass by quickly. We'll part with the scenery until then. After a year, I'll be spending my last moments of student life with Tosaka like this.
帰りましょう。今夜はエミヤくん家で賑やかに晩ご飯にするんだから。
We leave the classroom without any regrets. I hear the liveliness of the athletics club from the schoolyard. Their shouts are distant and remind me of a sword fight from some time ago. I can't stay in the same place. I can't stay in the same place forever. Can't stay in the same place forever. Yeah, let's go with that. Tosaka and I will be going to a different place a year from now. It should be a while until I find out whether it is the right choice or not. I recall that red figure just once. Neither this classroom nor that sword will fight, nor that sword fight will change. Everything is the same. An illusion like a mirage that disappears as if one turns around. But I can get there if I aim high. I'll definitely catch up to his back with Tosaka's help. So I'll come up with an answer at that time. The sounds of swords echoing in the distance. Using that as a guide, I will eventually reach that place. and I will become a mom of an organization in a mobile game. Walking with the wind blowing on your face, walking towards the future, busy days with no company to guide you. After traveling a distant distant exotic countries, you will return to where you belong one sunny day. I almost missed that one. And that is the end of the Unlimited Blade Works route. The normal end, anyway. I was going to do the good ending in the stream, but I'm thinking maybe instead of doing that, we meet up again sometime next week and go quickly to get the good end off stream.
Maybe do it as a recording or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because.
Yeah, sure,
because I do the bad endings with a friend of mine, and when I'm done with these, and who knows how long it'll take if I go get the news scenes now, especially with the load shedding coming up, with load shedding going on. Why do you keep opening up PayPal? Come on. Just checking the time. Well, we do.
We have been on for just under 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, checking time for load shedding. We don't have load shedding coming up, but I don't want to like go until midnight or 1 a.m. Or anything, because because like that'll just get in the way of things, you know. I need to look after my health too. So does that plan sound good to you guys? We like record the path to the good ending off stream.
I mean, I'm fine with joining in for that. Yeah.
And then in the meantime, I'll take a break from streaming this, obviously, as we get stuff prepared for the answer. What? I wasn't expecting this. What? What came back to me was a distant memory. Yeah, I was not expecting this. I don't remember this when I played through the original. It was a sign that we should have forgotten and discarded something that should not have returned. The spark from swords clashing. The swords pressing against each other. Dozens of premature and immature attacks and defenses are exchanged. The match couldn't even be called an elegant exchange of swords. It's a clumsy melee of each side denying each other. I'm guessing this is referencing the fight between Shiro and Archer because of the background. How did this once worn out vow get revived? It is an unbearable fight between swords. He charges in, despite being fully wounded. His fingers broken, limbs ripped, and the boy doesn't even realize it, but his breathing has long since stopped. The speed is insignificant, and the blows he delivers are mediocre. Even though he absorbed his knowledge and reached a point where he could withstand battle, he is back to being as clumsy as he was before. He executes a haphazard mediocre attack. However, the first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. There is no such thing as a hero of justice. Knowing better than anyone else that his ideals are false, he silences that thought. His distorted mind can't bear it and collapses. It's clear to the boy that his own contradictions are going to eat him up. But he shows no indication that he is going to submit. There is no sign of falsehood in him as he wields the blade while his body is worn apart and his mental state dissolves. The intensity of this conflict is is incomparable to anything in the past. The boy swings his sword full-heartedly. The two sides struggle. The space is filled with sparks, and anything that tries to intervene is instantly cut to pieces. It is the embodiment of two-party minds which were repelled by each other, yet melding together. A decisive blow is struck. It is simply the final spark an ember emitted by a person in their last moments. The boy gasps and nearly falls over with each blow, then steps back and swings his sword again. Seeing that, he is convinced. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is on the verge of death, corpse-like. And yet why does the boy continue to wield his sword as if he has infinite strength? He briefly sees a vision. He must have gotten tired of seeing his opponent swing his sword despite knowing that it was pointless. Irritation, the most abhorrent impulse, is well up within him. What did he feel was beautiful and noble? The boy says he doesn't want to see people die meaninglessly. If it's possible, there's a way to save everybody. Is there a way to save everybody who is suffering? Of course not. He knows a wish like that is meaningless hypocrisy. The idea that others are more important than oneself is not something that should ever cross one's mind. However, how wonderful would it be to be able to live like that? How great would it be to hold such an ideal like that? He can't hear what his enemy is saying. His enemy's voice is so weak, yet the sword he wields is fierce. Looking closer, the boy's hands gripping the sword have melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he will directly feel the impact from the sword. The boy is covered with blood. If he retreats even a step back, he will fall forward like a corpse. Every attack the boy executes must be equivalent to agony in hell. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy who's on the brink of death frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. The man does not need to be told what drives the boy to continue moving. It's a bad dream. The man is shown a reflection of his past. The boy continues to swing with his shredded arm. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. There were people that could not be saved, and he himself could not be saved. He saw the memories fade away meaninglessly and unjustifiably, and he vowed that he would never let that happen again. Ooh, a lot of reading. There is only one thing that comes to mind: what he believes. What he believed. An ideal he once swore to never let anyone else have. Even now, he swore he would not let anyone else take it away from him. And then, the man realizes that there is no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. The boy strikes with all his might, but his efforts do not grab the man's attention. The boy is trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The enemy is wielding his sword for what he believes in, for the sake of what he can continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keep fighting, even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there is no point. That is the exact mistake the man once made. But then, why? Why does he keep looking at the boy straight on? The high-pitched sound of metal, The attack finally gets parried. The opponent should never have been able to block the attack, but he repels the man's attack with all his might as if it were natural. The mirror shatters. He's not that strong. He's not at all strong. The way he looks when he fights is ugly, and it's beyond appalling. But that sight. Who in this world could laugh and scorn him for that? He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheaths it in a single large stance. This will be the final attack. Will he be able to stand any longer with his wounded body and faded spirit? He will. The boy overcame those extreme limits 10 times already. Then, even if the man prevents his incoming attack, the enemy in front of him will surely not stop. He wields his sword as he crumbles to the ground, but his eyes, they look straight at him. Briefly, he sees a familiar dream. The dream, who thought of it, and who passed it down to whom? The boy's voice finally reaches his empty heart. A single scene comes into sight. What an ugly, obsessive, false sense of goodwill. A beautiful, struggling ideal. The final blow comes, but the man does not see the sword that is about to pierce his chest. That is the only thing that motivates the boy. Even if his heart is fake, the beauty of what he believes is real. But that's something that can't be, and that's something that can't be faked. That was the one thing the man could be proud of. The one thing that was his own strength. The boy tries to complain with a crushed throat. He wants everyone to be happy. That's right. There was no way to turn back from the very beginning, because this dream is, without a doubt, countless sins and mistakes were committed by his hands. There was no way to atone for them other than to curse and eliminate himself. His blood-soaked hands were proof that he would never be forgiven. And yet, his gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him. And he continues to run without stopping. The battle ends in victory. The steel, the pain that pierces his chest, will not pardon his sins. To a man who curses himself, salvation will never come. But he gains a small answer. The answer will only last until he fades once again. It's a minute and meaningless one that will forget the next time that will be forgotten the next time he is summoned. Damn homonyms. There's nothing to feel remorse over. It is something that has already been established, something that the boy will spend the rest of his life building. There is only one thing that comes to mind. There is regret. He doesn't know how many times he wished to start over. This conclusion and ending, Emil will continue to curse it forever. And yet...
それでも俺は間違えてなどいなかった。
There is nothing to talk about. The boy will stay while the man will go. The only thing that remains in the memory will be the exchange blows. The path stretches into the distance. Relying on distant echoing sounds, the boy heads for the wilderness. There we are, that's the ending. New route has been unlocked. Rin True Ending. Apparently, they added a new movie for the Heavensfield route or something because, like, I think there were only 2 openings in the original. And we see the ending list here. Brilliant Years, True End. And just checking.
Oh, I think Fierce can find the text again.
Yeah, there it is. Anti-World. Max target 1,000 persons. Thinking maybe a bit bigger than that. Just a smidge. And all these weapons. All right, so yeah, we'll end it there. I know I said I would extend stream, but if we start going for the true end, now it's going to take a long time. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that in an off-stream collab.
Yeah, it took like 6 hours to get from where you were to where we are now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look forward to it. It was fun getting to hang out in here, even if I did have to leave temporarily.
Yeah, it is good to share this this game with other Fate fans because, like, while I do enjoy doing recordings with my friend, he's not really a Fate fan like I am, even though he introduced me to the into the anime that got me into the series. We don't really connect that much over it, but connecting with other Fate fans also helps with like doing the actual story.
Well, to my knowledge, I'm really more the Fate fan. I kind of dragged Catmun into it. He more was into Fate Grand Order, and then he kind of fell out of it.
That's fair.
Yeah, the plot just kind of tore me down a little bit too much for my liking.
Yeah.
The misery of it gets to you
way
after a
too
while.
depressing eventually.
Yeah, there is a lot of sadness that comes with Fate Grand Order stories, but I think that's why they tend to have a lot more fun during the events to like sort of help you decompress from that.
That's kind of part of why I gave up on it too. Is like you're constantly trying to get through the story so that you can meet the requirements for events, but then like there's also a new event every other week that you have to grind out, and then like there was too much FOMO, too much fear of missing out, and it just got to be too much, really. So I had to put it down eventually.
Yeah, I get you. No, like, and apparently they're speeding up the schedule because they want to move up the timetable a bit to Ordeal Call 1 because we're moving into Ordeal Call now.
I'm a little sad because I was looking forward to pulling for Tiamat, but overall, like, just, yeah. I needed to put it up, I think.
Yeah, fair. She is going to return. Meanwhile, we're over here a few days ago going out of my way to piece together how servants could potentially work in both versions of the Mage tabletop game line. I do remember there is a channel that kind of gives you that kind of did videos on how to play certain characters from other works in D&D. So you can possibly use that as a guideline.
D&D and Mage are completely different beasts.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Also, fair warning, my Discord might crash in a second. I'll
boy.
be back in if it does.
But yeah, I think ultimately my own real last straw with Fate Grand Order was, for one, it became too much of a grind to get anything done. And for two, I looked ahead in the story, and I don't want to spoil it, but Lost Belt 7 pulled some ridiculousness that I could not reconcile.
Oh, we've already gone through Lost Belt 7.
Oh, okay, then I'll just say it. Who the fuck thought a space alien UFO from Pluto was a good idea?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And like, essentially, the battle was an account check. It was all over Twitter when Lost Belt 7 was a thing that when going against ORT, you should solo. You should just solo with going through your entire account. And
you basically had to have like a completely maximized roster if at all possible, and like it was too much.
well,
honestly.
not a maximized roster. They may have made it easier for they may have tweaked it to make it easier when they brought it over to NA, because I didn't even use my entire roster of servants, and and I got through that by pretty okay, soloing him. What kind of pissed me off is that every time you broke his bar, he would go into instant kill mode and kill whatever servants you had on the field at that point, which I think was a little bullshit.
Once they brought in the break bars and stuff, it was like, it seemed like a good idea in context because of, it shaking up the game a little bit and making people use new play styles. But in practice, what they ended up doing was basically using it for cheap gotchas.
Yeah,
And I was just like, I kind of checked out once I fought Ivan the Terrible, and he just got a freebie Noble Phantasm AoE off on your entire party. Like, basically, it was a check to try and get you to get all the super giga rare 5-star servants so that you would actually have tools you needed to survive. And with how hard it is to pull for 5 stars, it got too ridiculous.
Yeah, especially on NA. Especially on NA, because it was like the drop rates on the NA server are abysmal.
They were on the JP server for a long time too. They only really recently eased things up a little bit, and like by then it was too late. Like, they should have done a lot of these innovations for user friendliness a long time ago, because not every Fate fan is going to be a fucking masochist that's willing to sink their entire life into the game. And yeah.
Pretty sure that's why Metis plays on the JP server instead of the NA one.
Oh no, I play on NA. Like, I played on JP. I played on JP a bit, but it's like once I got to doing my first event in JP, it was like yeah, this isn't gonna work because I don't know what the fuck is going on because I can't read Japanese.
Oh yeah. The single most appealing thing about the game, and I can't indulge because I don't know what anyone's saying.
But yeah, like, just, I don't know. The game is just too user unfriendly for me. It's like a massive grind to get anything done, and then like it becomes increasingly a depression fest the entire way through as you go through. And then on top of that, it's just the ridiculous expectations of what kind of servants you have at some point. It just gets absolutely oppressive in every way. And I just, you know what? Like, I respect the fans that enjoy it for what it is, because it does have amazing characters and an interesting story. But everything together is just too much for me.
Yeah, I do get.
The game
I do
feels
get
like
what you
the
mean.
first of its kind, and it shows. And the story is forced to drag its feet alongside that outdated gameplay.
Yeah, if they made it like more modern, more casual, so that you didn't have to sink literal hundreds of hours of grinding in to raise one servant up to like 999, then I would be like, fine, this is cool. I would enjoy that. But it's just too dated, I think.
Unfortunately, that's like a part of gacha game design, like on HSR, trying to build like a character in HSR can be a nightmare. Like, I only just
Oh, no, I get
recently
that.
got
I
my
get that.
Aglia team up in HSR, and like that's since I did the actual rolls and put out that video.
Oh no, I get that. Like, I 100% get that grinding is part of the gacha experience. It's not really necessarily the fact that you have to grind that bothers me, because I'm like,
Yeah, I do
Monster
get you.
Hunter is
It's that grinding is such a long and arduous task, especially with the low
grinding.
drop rates.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that grinding should feel rewarding.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel rewarding. That's my problem. Because, like, one of my favorite game series is Monster Hunter.
Hmm.
I love Monster Hunter and I love God Eater, and those games kept my attention for a long, long time, even though, like, their main focus is grinding.
Hmm.
Like, literally, the entire game is grinding the game. Because that's the whole point of it.
Yeah,
It's the gameplay loop.
I know what you mean, and I'm a person who typically likes to grind. I'm one of those oddballs who likes grinding because I like doing preparatory work and getting stronger and preparing for a battle ahead. But it's like there are just some games where grinding is just not fun, and Fake Rain Order is like a game where grinding is not fun. If you want to be the most effective in grinding, you got to buy out the friggin' event shops and events.
Yeah, that's like the only way to grind effectively, and it's miserable.
They do. They are
Like,
some sort of they did sort of introduce like special CEs to help alleviate that, but I don't know how effective
it
they
did,
are. I
but it's
haven't
like,
used them.
yeah, it was entirely too little too late, honestly, because
It's
I
too
know
little, too
exactly.
late, and using them requires giving up the really, really good effects of the CEs you were using.
Yeah.
And then also, it still requires you to have like a set of servants that can 3-turn to even have a chance of it being less tedious. Which is another thing. Like, if you don't know specific servants that you have to gun for, you're crippled. Like, Cat can attest, I did not have one single battery servant for like until I was, I think, in Lost Belt 3. I didn't have Waver, I didn't have Scotty, I didn't have Castoria, I didn't have anything
Yeah.
until I pulled Koyanskaya.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I ever had a battery servant, and just that alone changed the game.
Yeah,
And
I was in a similar boat, really. Like a lot of a lot of the Lost Belt stuff was just kind of a pain battle wise is until I got to like until I got like Castoria. Because
Castoria really is a game changer.
Yeah, she really helps a lot.
Like, it was wild the difference that even having one of the classic battery servants made, because
Oh no! Wait!
eventually-
I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken. I didn't. I didn't. I was having difficulty until I got Waver, and then
Yeah,
I rolled
Waver
Castoria.
is-
But Castoria did change into the game for me still.
Yeah, 100%. Because Waver and Castoria are the two best battery servants in the game. That's pretty much just it.
I'm the
And,
lucky idiot who
Steve-
managed to pull Waver real early, so I didn't actually feel half of the pain that he did on the progress road.
I didn't get
Yeah.
him until like the first free SSR campaign.
I didn't get him until after I got Koyanskaya. And like I said, that was like at Lost Belt 3.
Mm.
So I struggled through everything without my own Waver. And do you know how many setups from the fan base like basically demand that you have your own waiver so that you can run double waiver. Like, holy shit. You cannot do anything without having your own, basically.
Mm.
So, like, I was struggling for a long, long time, having way harder of a time than I had any right to be. And most of my strategy revolved around, like, abusing Waver alongside Tamamo. And then it was when I got Summer Kama that I was actually able to do anything because I could like buff up her arts so hard and then loop with her, which is something that like I had never been able to do before. And that's when I started really shooting through the game.
Yeah, I do a similar thing with Space Ishtar.
Like, just you need specific setups to not have a miserable time in the game. And all of those setups pretty much require that you have extremely rare servants. It's just very frustrating. A game shouldn't, even a gacha game should not be focused around that much.
Yeah,
Because you
I
can't
totally
say
agree.
that-
I kind
because
I
you
kind of
can't
hope
say
that
that the devs.
I kind of hope that once the story of Grand Order is done, when they move into like whatever's next, they start like pulling back. They start like pulling back a little. Well, just try and make it a better experience overall.
I don't think that they will, because the thing with gacha games as a general whole,
Yeah, because
is
they
that
want
they
they
are
want you to
just-
spend money.
they want you to spend money. They are all made to be cash milkers, pretty much. They milk the fan base for whatever money they can get, and like anything else that they can do is secondary. All of their choices revolve around what kind of money they can make. So
Yeah,
their main choice
though,
is going to be to design whatever they design next to appeal to the fans who were already there so that they can continue to milk the current fans.
Yeah, though, like Nasu has influence when it comes to Fake Grand Order, and like he's the reason we got the 5-star campaigns in the first place, because like he wanted he did it purely because he wanted to get a Tamamo. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the future. I still like enjoy the stories of the game, and that's part of why I keep playing. I also like getting to know the new servants, and I'm also having a blast with Nitocris Alter since I rolled her. I love Nitocris. Anyway, we're going to set up a raid now. I get ridiculously lucky with getting Nita Alter and Kukulkan on their respective banners. I tried on when she first came out, and I wasn't lucky. I skipped Kukulkan because like I went into hardcore save mode. But when the Valentine's banner for Nitocris came out, I was like, you know what? I'll put in some tickets, and that didn't work. I'll put in one multi, and that multi, and with that multi, I got her.
Nice.
And
Fate
it was
did have
just
some
in
really-
it was just in time to see her Valentine's scene tune, and her Valentine's
Nice.
scene is funny as hell. Because like you see like this feather with all these like magical creature things surrounding it, and then like Nitocris Alter crashes into your room and goes like, "Oh, you have some gut swelling into my path." She acts like you ran into her. And when you try to eat the chocolate feather that she made, it just like keeps regenerating.
I cannot help but be reminded of a certain Gary's Mod gag. I'm sorry.
Anyway, yeah.
Um,
Setting up the raid, we will be raiding Robin, who is playing Jump King.
Excellent.
All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. And would you guys like to put in a plug before we head out?
can we do that?
Yeah, go ahead and plug yourselves. It's only fair.
Oh, I don't really
Oh,
have
shoot, what do I
anything to
say?
plug right now, so.
Yeah, the poor boy hasn't streamed in a while. He's hoping to get to it before too long. No, he's actually starting to move into a new place. As for me, I'm the Catmun, and I'm some idiot cat girl maid who barely does her actual job. I don't even know what I do anymore.
Go check him out. He's great. His laughter.
But I did recently get a hardware upgrade, so now a whole lot of doors have just blown wide open. That's nice.
Cool. So, tomorrow we'll be getting back. We'll be getting back into Trials of Mana. So, I hope to see you there. So, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.